Trish Bodie.
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez de Lecchia.
Here.
Alexis Grimes. Aaron Johnson.
Here.
Jim McKay.
Here, good evening.
Christine Maurer.
Here.
Anna Smith.
Here. With the quorum of the board present, I now call the January 28th Leander ISD Board of Trustee meeting to order. We will now proceed to our agenda item of opening ceremony, to our Pledge of Allegiance. Before we stand, let me introduce who will be leading us in our pledge this evening. Cadet Seaman Apprentice Alejandro Mata of the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC at Vista Ridge High School will lead the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge. Cadet Mata is a freshman and first-year cadet. He is a member of the freshman football team and the JROTC Color Guard. He recently earned designation as a Cadet of the Month for December 2020. The Cadet of the Month Award recognizes cadets who have demonstrated loyalty, reliability, patriotism, and exceptional performance of duty. Cadet Mata's exceptional performance of duty reflected most favorably on the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC School and District. Well done.
Will you please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now for the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. Pledge allegiance to Texas, one state, under God, one nation.
Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you.
We will now move on to our next agenda item, recognitions.
The Vandergrift High School Band has been chosen by the John Philip Sousa Foundation to be this year's recipient of the Sudler Flag of Honor. Sponsored by the John Philip Sousa Foundation, the Sudler Flag of Honor is an international award recognizing high school band programs of outstanding musical excellence, for which the goal is to identify, recognize, and honor high school band programs internationally that have demonstrated particularly significant high standards of excellence in concert activities over a period of several years. This is the first time that a high school from Leander ISD has been a recipient, and the latest in a long line of awards won by our talented LISD bands over the years. Congratulations to the Vandergrift High School Band.
So our second recognition tonight is, and it's my honor to introduce that January is Board Recognition Month. And it is a testament to this Board of Trustees that instead of us recognizing them, they chose to do a reverse board recognition. And they've been working over this period of many challenges to recognize our campuses and to support our campuses in various different ways. It's a testament to their leadership, it's a testament to their governance, and it's a testament to them as people and how much they care. And so we'd like to share a short video with you.
We celebrate our 7 school board members each January for their contributions to Leander ISD. Pandemic or not, this year is no different. After all, we are better together, even if we're virtual. But what is a trustee? What do they do? We asked a few students to share.
I think the Leander ISD school board maybe schedules a lot of the stuff for teachers.
Says kids can have days off, half days.
I think the school board helps what they spend the money on.
It helps with the school safety in the cafeteria, track the rules,
To provide local citizens with education.
I think they're the ones who set up all the school stuff and keep the safety rules in place so we are all safe.
kind of regulating what's going on and making sure everything goes well.
And I think they're just kind of manage it, kind of, and create the best environment for study and learning.
They go to schools and make sure the schools are running good.
They also work with Dr. Geary and other district members to keep LISD as one of the strongest school districts in the state of Texas.
Thanks, Leander ISD students. Our trustees serve at large, which means all 7 represent that entire 200 square miles of our district, not just one region. They are elected every 4 years in phases, with 3 or 4 trustees up for re-election every 2 years. In place 1, we have our board president, Trish Bodie, an experienced advocate for public education across our state. Trish prides herself as a strong communicator focused on relationship building, which is how she leads on the board as its president. Trish brings well-rounded experiences from her home to the boardroom and to the state capitol. In place 2, Dr. Gloria Gonzalez-Dolakia serves as our board's vice president. A parent of 3 sons, including one who graduated last year, Gloria has fought to address equity and accessibility during her time on the board, a continuation of her work as a volunteer and former executive director of the Leander ISD Educational Excellence Foundation, known as LEAP. Place 3 trustee is new to our board of trustees, but not new to Leander ISD. Christine Maurer has worked for the district as an instructional assistant, a volunteer for programs like Math Pentathlon and the marching band. She has sons in middle and high school, as well as a recent graduate. Place 4 trustee Anna Smith took to the board in November after years serving in PTA volunteer positions, including as the president of the LISD Council of PTAs. A parent of kids at elementary, middle, and high school, Anna is passionate about public schools and inclusivity for all kids with all capabilities. Trustee Jim McKay is serving in our Place 5 for his 2nd term. Jim brings his experiences as a first responder and member of our nation's military to our board, as well as being a parent of 2 LISD graduates. Jim champions in bringing everyone a voice in their experience with the district and our schools. Place 6 holds our most experienced trustee in Aaron Johnson, serving since 2011. Focused on maximizing the district's resources for all students. He's also a parent of 4 LISD students, including another recent graduate, as well as a tech executive working in Austin for more than 20 years. Alexis Grimes brings compassion and heart to our Place 7 seat, also serving as our board secretary. Alexis seeks equity and responsibility from our district to honor the voice and choice of families and taxpayers in our public schools. She's a mom to an LISD graduate and current middle school student, which keeps her mindful of the past and looking to the future. We started the year with community conversations about hopes, dreams, race, and equity. We were going full throttle into transformation for our students, including the board's approval to expand pre-K to full day, increase the amount of special education teachers in our schools, and reduce elementary school class sizes. Then the pandemic hit. We shut our buildings down and took to Zoom. Our board continued to lead, making the tough decisions, taking care of our staff by continuing to pay all employees, and considering our students' realities by temporarily adjusting the grading policy. We celebrated our kids and staff in new ways. Graduation looked different, but our board's resilience in celebrating student success continued. We launched a school year, adjusted, reviewed, adjusted again, and kept moving forward in the most challenging year for public education. The decisions and discussions were rarely easy or short, but the work for kids kept happening. To close the year, we said goodbye to our 2 longest-standing board members who left behind legacies for service to Leander ISD. And we welcomed 2 new board members to our team of 8. It was never easy, but it was always focused on what's best for kids and families. Board service is a volunteer effort accepted by only a few in the community. It is a tough job with no salary. It is a critically important job that requires an election and then mandated training. It is a responsibility that takes time, a mature outlook, and careful decision-making. Take a moment to recognize your local trustees. Take a moment to honor the work they are doing to help your students sail into the future.
Thank you, ISD Board.
Thank you very much, district and audience. All right, we'll move on to our communication announcements. Superintendent remarks.
Good evening, Madam President, board members. Thank you very much for your service to our district. It really is incredible to work with you as part of the team, and it's certainly an honor and a privilege for me to count myself as part of the team. Last week, I posed a question as to whether all important stakeholder groups are represented in the dialogue and generation of recommendations of the Equity and Diversity Advisory Committee. I specifically inquired about one subsection of the community, the one that most closely reflects me, and that already enjoys the most privilege in education, in the economy, in housing, in the justice system, and most everywhere else. This past week, I spent a lot of time considering feedback I've received from people I trust, and others who I don't know who took the time to share their hearts and their frustration with me. And I've done a lot of thinking and soul-searching. And while I want to believe my intent was to advance inclusion, I have to acknowledge my question came from a place of inherent privilege. There are groups that consistently and systematically are not included in discussions and decisions that are important to their children and families. And I've not asked the same question of who is not at the table for those issues. To ensure we meet the needs of all students, every student, to achieve true equity, we need to ask the question of who is not at the table and who needs to be. And we need to ask it on behalf of the people who are not often represented, those who do not share my privilege, for those who experience equity only as a symbol or insincere phrase, not a genuine commitment to their children or their communities. So I want to say thank you to those who hold me to a high standard, who speak truth to power, and who call me out when I deserve it. Thank you to those who assumed best intent, who helped me better understand the impact of my words, and for those who gave me grace. Thank you to those who care more about Leander ISD students than about the comfort of this superintendent. This is how meaningful change happens, as individuals, as board members, and as a community. Tonight, I am recommitting to being a better ally, a better pursuer of equity and inclusion, and a better superintendent. And in that regard, I am eager to support and advocate for the work and recommendations of our Equity and Diversity Advisory Committee. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Gehring. Board members? A bit of housekeeping things. Notice in your folder, you do have several agendas that kind of show you what is upcoming in the future. And yes, it does appear we will be together again every week in February. So I can't think of anybody else I'd like to do board service than with this group right here. So in light of board appreciation, I really appreciate each and every one of you. And when I look at the schedule, I really appreciate each and every one of you. Also, when you're looking at your governance team emails, know that we're still working through Let's Talk. We are getting great updates from SCR. We ask for continued patience, but do reach out to them if you have a question or having trouble accessing information. That's all I have. You want me to mention? Board members, the adoption for early literature, am I saying this correct? Using the right
Early childhood curriculum?
Early childhood literature, yes.
Yeah.
Is open for community input, and it's over there in the annex. Alexis and I got to go review the materials before the meeting. It was fabulous. It was a great opportunity to kind of see what learning looks like for some of our youngest learners, and really just inspirational actually to see all the information, all the background that's going into it. And there was actually a brochure that Alexis got for us too, and so you'll find those on your table. So thank you very much, Alexis, for bringing that for all of the trustees. All right, we will now move on to our next agenda item, citizen comments. Please note that this format is not a conversation. It's not going to be a back and forth discussion. So we ask that your comments respect that limitation, and as such, please refrain from directing comments about an individual by name who would not be able to respond. Our board operating procedures enumerates further requests, but I will sum up by saying we encourage polite and professional conduct. You have up to 3 minutes to address the Board of Trustees, and we'll hear a chime when your 3 minutes are up. This evening we have 4 tables, so that means we're going to be able to call 4 people up for our first group. And my first individual, we have 13 names for this evening. My first individual coming up for citizen comments, I don't have a last name, so I'm just going to do first name Sheila. Hopefully I don't have more than, okay. And then Pauline Everett, Emily Long, and Deanna Perkins. Yes, you can just. When you get ready to speak, there is a button you will push on your microphone. You'll see the little face.
Is everybody ready?
Oh, you turned it back or something.
Do I have to hold it? Oh, see, it's a green light. Thank you. Hello, my name is Sheila Pogson. Thank you for listening today. For the past few weeks, I have been involved in community discussion that was ignited by a grassroots parent petition that called for 5 action items from the Leander ISD board. In short, evaluate assigned books, parental notifications, the opt-out process be converted to an opt-in process, a rubric to summarize the contents of reading materials, and transparency in how committee candidates are selected. I noticed the debate was riddled with tangents and mischaracterizations. The discussion immediately went to falsehoods like banning books, it's AP literature, let the teachers teach, nosy parents pushing their morals on others, attack on sex ed, The kids are all doing it anyway, and it prepares them for college. I implore you to take caution and not be distracted by these irrelevant and misleading arguments. Let's examine the first three of these fallacies. Banning books. Evaluation is not the same as banning. Evaluation is not the same as banning. Not one word in the petition asks that books be banned. The request is for the books to be evaluated by a committee that represents the diversity of the community. The examples given in the petition show how books classified as erotica have a Lexile index appropriate for a third grader. I know kindergartners that read at that level. 2 and 3, I'll combine these for time's sake. AP Literature and Let the Teachers Teach. The recurring argument was that this is one book that is for AP seniors, therefore they are all mature enough to consume erotic passages. That was just one of many examples. It's much more than that. The parents have the need to know what's in the literature of what's being taught in all grades. Each teacher would have to be superhuman to have know everything about their students to be able to take responsibility for the effects of the literature in each young life. Some students may have traumatic experiences and the content could be triggering them. Some students may be susceptible to addictions and the content may be exasperated. And easily accessible rubric could go a long way to help the parent guide their child through or around an avoidable situation. Let the teachers teach and let the parents parent. It's not just feasible to expect a working parent to come home and read a stack of books from a reading list so that they can be part of the solution in the selection process. In conclusion, parents need teachers and teachers need parents. The petition calls for tools to facilitate trust and partnership between parents and the administration. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Sheila. Pauline?
Hello, my name is Pauline Everett. You just heard Sheila Pogson list 7 fallacies that are often presented as arguments for the petition being discussed this evening. Since the 3 minutes allotted was not enough time for her to refute all 7 falsehoods, I would like to use my 3 minutes to expound on her points 4, 5, 6, and 7. 4, nosy parents pushing their morals on others. First of all, the term nosy parents is self-refuting. Second, each parent's choice to opt would be applied to their own children, not their neighbor's children. How is this subjecting anyone to unwanted morals? 5, attack on sex ed. This has nothing to do with sex ed. The lifeguard program is subjected to its own periodic reviews and evaluations, and it's not just about erotic passages. We're talking about religion, racism, suicide, witchcraft, drinking, smoking, and any other controversial topics that can be classified in a rubric. Our movies and video games provide these topical warnings. Why can't our school literature? 6, the kids are doing it anyway. Not all, in fact, not even most. And those numbers are declining. According to the CDC, 60% of males and 51% of females ages 15 to 19 were sexually active in 1988. A more recent study covering 2011 to 2015 shows those numbers fell to 44% for males and 42% for females. Most parents would view this as a positive trend. Think about it. Was your life more complicated before you became sexually active or less complicated? A sure sign of when a student prematurely wakes up their natural sensual urges is an immediate collapse in their grades. Even a mature AP class should be considerate to the half of the students that would rather not be subjected to discussing erotica with their teacher or peers in an English literature class. I'm asking the public school to be more respectful to the moral diversity of our community. 7, it prepares them for college. LISD's own guiding documents state their goal to prepare each student for college and career success. You can't achieve that goal if you abandon academic rigor. The students can't be successful in the professional workplace if vulgar language is glorified and practiced to the point of habit. A college campus is a den of wolves to students that learn their value and significance is based on their sexual prowess. Students are more prepared for college when they have respectful interactions with their teachers and strong relationships with their parents. Your response to this petition can either strengthen those relationships or undermine them. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Pauline. Emily?
I actually have something. Can I get this to the board, please? I'm sorry. Thank you. Can I start? Okay. Good evening. I'm Emily Long. I've been here before and I've spoken as a former teacher, a parent, and a community member. I believe that all voices in our community are valid. The experiences are valid. They should be heard respectfully. We are a community, and I do think that we can find common ground as a community. Disagreeing on best policy for our schools is not parallel to hatred for others. I agree with you, Dr. Gearing, when you mentioned that our children are our most precious resource, which is why I and others have appreciated the district recognizing that some of the recently selected reading material is not beneficial to students at large, such as erotica in detail, child abuse in detail, molestation in detail. But as a parent and a community member, I've become a recipient for speaking out, and I've become a recipient of hatred and blame simply for having a different opinion. This package that you see arrived from a vendor in Portland to my home. This vendor prides himself on sending mail on behalf of those who want to anonymously harass others. The back says fondle with care. Inside, you will find that there is a glittered penis. And it says this personal message to me: I hope this sparkling dick calms down your fear-mongering, you book-hating Philistine. There's more information that is included that I have presented to you. The Philistine is a reference to my Christianity, of which I have not mentioned publicly in this forum. In order to know that, you'd have to go on to my personal Facebook page and scroll through my pictures. This was a malicious package sent with hatred and discrimination against my religious beliefs, and a police report has been filed. I don't hold any malice towards those who sent this. I think it's sad that we can't respectfully agree to disagree in our culture. One of you mentioned several times last week that diversity means respecting and valuing differences. And I'm sure that all of you would agree that this is not respecting and valuing differences. And I'm sure you'd also agree that this is a vile and inappropriate act that crosses boundaries. We're all capable of making wise decisions inside and outside of this public forum that do not create further division by creating labels and stereotypes and pitting us against one another. Especially as elected officials, you help to set the tone among our school community, and we need to see respectful leadership. Strong opinions are present. We're discussing difficult issues. Love sometimes says no. As Board Member Johnson has stated before, we can be kind and respectful even in our disagreements. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Deanna?
Good evening, Dr. Gearing, Madam President, and the Board of Trustees. I'm here for two reasons. One, I'm lucky enough to be a new member of the Leander ISD Equity and Diversity Advisory Committee. And two, I continue to be a passionate teacher and parent advocating for a more equitable and inclusive district. First off, I would like to quote G.I. Joe cartoons that my brother and I watched growing up. They ended with them saying, "Now you know, and knowing is half the battle." So to that I say to you, it's time for the other half of the battle. This is my 16th year teaching in Leander. I've been a bilingual dual language teacher and a general education teacher. I cringed at teachers that would tell students to talk English to their friends socially. I heard the things people would blame on those kids. I've heard people make disrespectful comments about the students wearing a hijab or the distracting afro. And this is just a few. We know the issues in our district. That is half the battle. The other half of the battle is to take action. We do not need to look at data anymore. We don't need devil's advocates. We need many advocates to do something about our inequities and discriminations. We need an equity officer hired ASAP. An equity audit could be done simultaneously with anything else: professional training, community conversations, and shifts in policy. We don't need any more proof. I asked my 4th grade students to tell me why they think learning about diversity is important, and these were some of the responses that were given to me. We are all people, and everyone deserves respect. If kids don't know about America's unjust past, it could happen again. We can learn about what is right or wrong to say to people that aren't quite like us, so we can be more inclusive by learning how each of us is unique. I already know that the equity and diversity team that you will hear from tonight is working tirelessly to make the needed changes, but we need you to take that leap towards change with us. If my students know that we need to learn more in order to be just, I believe you as adults can see that as well. Dr. Gearing, I agree that all people should be invited to participate in the conversations needed. But as you said tonight, some are privileged to have written, spoken, and controlled the conversation for hundreds of years. And this has never been about discriminating against white people or Christians, as some of them will claim. Being white is not a bad thing, and this is not what equity and diversity is about. It's about being better informed and open-minded. It's about respecting every human being, no matter their differences, and it's about including everyone in curriculum, books, and even holidays in the academic calendar. Remember, equity and equal rights is not pie. You don't get less if someone else gets more. And in the beautiful words of inaugural poet Amanda Gorman, we've learned that quiet isn't always peace, and the norms and notions of what just is isn't always justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanna. All right. Dwayne Everett will be up next. Bethany Burnham, Tristan Parks, and Ryan Long. Dwayne, whenever you're ready.
I have a handout.
If I'm hitting the right button here. Got it? Okay, sorry. Good evening to the board. My name is Dwayne Everett, and I'm a resident of the LISD community. And thank you for allowing me the time to testify to you. I'm going to read mine to kind of help me manage my time better here. As mandated by the Texas Education Code, the 28.004, the School Health Advisory Committee, or known as SHAC, it became a vital part of LISD. And back in 1995, the 74th Texas legislation became concerned that the parents of the ISDs in Texas were not being involved in the sex health education, so they mandated to use several things, one of which was the Advisory Committee, or SHAC. The law, I understand, has been amended 9 times since then, and each time made it clearer and stronger as to its original intent. This code states that the board shall appoint a minimum of 5 members to the SHAC, and one of those members shall serve as the chair or co-chair. Last fall, former board member Grace Jordan requested a current SHAC membership list to include when they were appointed and who appointed them. A list was distributed shortly, but did not have the verification of when and who the appointment was made as she requested. Secondly, in the selection of the SHAC co-chair, it is my understanding that in the first SHAC meeting, an administrative person staffing the SHAC told everyone that he would be the chair and there was a need for a co-chair. When asked if anyone else was interested, there were questions that were talked about and emailed to the staff regarding the responsibilities of the co-chair, as some people expressed an interest, in that position. At the second meeting, the SHAC met and the chair staff member announced who the co-chair would be without vote, discussion, or explanation. It's because of these structural changes that seem to come about that left some questions in many of the minds of the community. One, until the appointment date, who appointed them is updated, the SHAC committee appointments are not verified per the code. This is really a follow-up action from a request from Grace Jordan. Secondly, why was the chair self-claimed, important term there, self-claimed, by a staff member without giving the SHAC members options to possibly chair? Those had expressed interest earlier. Thirdly, why was the co-chair announced by the staff without any discussion, explanation, or vote? So in summary, I would say that these issues, as I outlined, are important as they are established by the legislation to have a parent-led group and appointed by the board and parent-led chair and or core chair to ensure that all of the community is being represented and no one group favored over another. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne. Bethany?
Hello. My 13-year-old son is autistic with an IEP in the Goals program. He listened to the special meeting last week on equity and diversity and asked me to speak on his behalf tonight. He wrote this: "My learning differences as an autistic person do not make me less. They do not make me less likely to succeed unless you put barriers in my way. When I heard Aaron say that some people just cannot succeed or don't want to last week, it hurt my soul. It made me realize that those who have authority over me do not think that myself and others like me are worth their time or energy when it comes to equity in my education. I am worth every ounce of energy and every moment of your time, just like every kid in this school district, and I expect better from elected officials in charge of my future." I also had a teacher and coach reach out to me to speak on their behalf. Their concern is for the promises that were made by the district to teachers about COVID-19. And they wrote, "Where is your duty to the public servants you employ? If we cannot work in a healthy environment as COVID-19 cases increase, more so than in March, how can we honestly say that we are safe in the school building? Where is your integrity in doing the right thing by families who need childcare? You made a promise of options, but ultimately you failed to provide them for teachers working virtually. You didn't keep your promises, and teachers are retiring and quitting en masse. Our letters of resignation are ready. Fairness is only one-sided if we continue to abide lockstep with what T determines, as we fail our community, all the while encouraging disruptions in learning locations. Fairness is not losing my own time to cover for teachers who are ill. Shut the buildings down. I have to be accountable to my ailing family as you keep placing me in harm's way." Thank you.
Thank you, Bethany. Trista?
Good evening. My name is Trista Parks. I'm a 7th generation Austinite, a parent of 2 boys here and that would have been active in LISD for the last 18 years. I'm here to share a few excerpts from a book currently in the 11th grade curriculum in LISD. The name of the book is Red at the Bone. It costs the taxpayers about $38,000 for LISD to purchase, and I would argue probably the biggest expense of that is the forced exposure to teen erotica in the classroom. The book is a poorly written fictional tale told through the lens of multiple characters about a teenage girl who becomes pregnant, abandons her baby, and features multiple graphic sexual experiences. It's disjointed and difficult to follow. The book is completely inappropriate and has absolutely no place in the classroom. What's worse is that there were no warnings of any kind to inform students or parents of its graphic and profane nature. This is why the parents are creating a petition requesting a clear matrix of a curriculum to be provided to the parents prior to district pushing questionable content on our children. So we begin with page 67. "And then he was naked on top of her, just outside of her. And then, by some strange grace of God, he was inside of her. And that quickly, he wasn't a virgin anymore. His body exploded, first inside of himself, then into Iris. He could feel himself shooting into her and into her own body, swallowing him whole. This had to be love. It had to be. From page 160. When she woke up again, James' mouth was on her breast, moving up toward her nipples. Iris jolted upright. During their night of lovemaking, she had been able to keep the girl's mouth away from her breast, moving it instead back up to her lips or down between her legs. Jam had smirked in the semi-darkness but complied. But now they were both looking at her breast in the bright daylight, milk seeping over her belly. Iris tried to cover them with her hands, but Jam pulled away, staring. Page 111. You think it will ever happen for me, Malk? The sex thing? Shit, Melody, hell yeah, and then hell yes again. You're fucking beautiful, and I mean, damn, ever since we were little kids, I wanted to be you. I wanted your hair, your butt, your lips, your eyes, and now, look at your perfect ass tits. Look at your tiny ass waist. And he lifted one of my hands and kissed the back of it gently. I even wanted your perfect hands. White boys you can see, and the brothers just stupid. But you'll get your fuck on. This is asinine. This is an embarrassment. We as a district, and specifically you as a board, should all be embarrassed that we have allowed erotica for teens to be approved as a tool for teaching English. Does this meet our standards of education and literary standards of excellence? If so, that's shameful. And if you're not mortified by this, then that is the problem.
Thank you, Trista. Ryan? Oh, yes, right.
Hi, Board. I just had the petition sent out to y'all. My name is Ryan Long, and I'm here tonight to present this petition that has been circulating in our community. Ms. Garrison provided me with a printout of all the signatures and comments, and I've also printed out the petition for each of you. And this petition was created to ensure our community wouldn't see something like this in the district again. Since Leander ISD services over 40,000 students, it's more important than ever to communicate effectively with the community. As of now, the petition has nearly 1,500 signatures asking for the district to take 4 actions. 1, change how you notify parents and respect parental rights. 2, create a detailed curriculum rubric and provide accessibility to it. 3, give transparency in committee selections, including chairs and co-chairs. And 4, comply with Texas Education Code that requires all employees to have trauma-informed training. The district could avoid a similar situation in the future by adopting these suggested changes. I personally propose that the district evaluates those who have repeatedly selected objectionable material. I've been shocked by the content I've seen, and this is not the first time the district has dealt with this. Some continue to defend this as an educational and beneficial to young and impressionable minds, but while we can argue content, we can't argue parental rights, and parental rights must be protected. These issues are being pressed upon students, and it's the parents' responsibility to discuss them with their kids, not the school. I want something understood by the board. The parents, the grandparents, and community members who are against this curriculum come from all different religious, political, racial, socioeconomic, and ethnic backgrounds. This is a community issue, and over $400,000 of our public funds were used to buy this curriculum. The district has broken the trust of many in our community, and we want more transparency and accountability. We want the district to deal ethically with us and our kids. I think it's absurd for someone to send obscene mail to my house because we have taken a stand of what our kids are taught by the school district. Harassment will not stop parents and community members from speaking out. I signed this petition because I agree with it. It will continue growing as others are made aware, and we wait for the district to respond to protect our children from this in the future. I thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. All right, our next 4 speakers. Well, let me go ahead and pull up, we'll clean all the tables, but we're going to do 3 speakers and then we'll do 2. That way we don't have one person all by themselves up there. So then our next 3 speakers will be Kylene, Jennifer, and Erica. Kylene Boone, Jennifer Jackson, and Erica Sanchez. Kylene?
Ready? Okay. Good evening. A few weeks ago, I received a text from a friend that included a petition being circulated by concerned LISD parents. Their concern was over the themes and content of many of the books recently purchased by the LISD as part of the student curriculum. After reading excerpts from a few of these books, I am also deeply concerned and frankly disappointed in the Leander School District for these choices. One of these books is entitled None of the Above. It was purchased for the 9th grade reading at a cost of $62,000 to the taxpayer. None of the Above features a teenage girl who discovers she is intersexed after attempting to have sex with her boyfriend for the first time. The book introduces topics of teenage sex, underage drinking, vaginal dilation, gender fluidity, and gender reassignment surgery, as well as anti-Christian themes. Page 60. The kit gave a link to a YouTube video that demonstrated the dilation process and described a specialized stool called a bicycle seat, so you could do it hands-free in case you wanted to do schoolwork or email while you were growing your vagina. I took the smallest dilator. It went in about 2 inches before it hurt. The second time, I lay in bed, as the pamphlet described, and it went in a little further. It felt gross. It felt dirty. The third time I dilated, I got 3 inches, which sounded like a bad locker room joke waiting to happen, but it seemed like progress. Chapter 10. Be gentle, okay? I whispered. He bent down, and I forced myself to take in deep breaths. Maybe it was the tequila, but for a minute, things worked. I was having sex with a boy, and he was warm, and he thought I was sexy. I started moving my hips, sliding my hands along the light hairs on his back. I could feel the glutes tighten as he moved, and when I reached down to touch them, they were delicious. I pulled him against me. Oh, baby, he said, still catching his breath. Oh, baby. According to the Leander ISD policy on human sexuality curriculum, parents or legal guardians are the primary educators of their children. The lessons your child will receive in school are designed to reinforce what a parent or guardian is teaching at home, not replace it. It is designed for the student to fully experience the benefit of saving sex for marriage, and it goes on to state, it is an abstinence-based curriculum. The excerpts I just read are clearly not in harmony with this policy. I'm here tonight because I believe parents and guardians are entitled to know what choices you are making for our young people. And I believe it is your responsibility and duty to exhibit transparency in these matters. The student curriculum should be made readily available and easily accessible to the parents and guardians of LISD. Thank you.
Thank you, Kylene. Jennifer?
Good evening. I'm Jennifer Jackson. I've lived in the district for almost 15 years. I'm a former teacher. I have served LISD as a PTA board member, Booster Club board member, avid tutor, Heroes mentor, library volunteer, and parent and community member of the site-based planning committee for Grandview Hills Elementary, all while maintaining a full-time job, parenting 2 boys who are now both students at Vandergrift High School, and volunteering in several community and professional organizations, including my church. This is my first time addressing the board in citizen comments. I happen to be a white Christian and bring those values to my comments. 1 Corinthians 12 says, "The body is a unit, though it is made up of many parts, and though all its parts are many, they form one body." Paul is talking about unity in diversity. Each body part may be different, but they are all part of our body. As I listened to this board discuss adopting a diversity and equity policy last week, I heard a strong desire to provide each student the opportunity to reach their maximum potential as part of the LISD student body. But I heard confusion. I heard misunderstanding. One of the board members even used the term special characteristic when describing groups who are considered other, and that is the problem. In our culture, the white male is the default person, and we treat every other type of person as special or other. The question this board needs to ask itself is, how do we ensure all students get the same benefit of the doubt, the same chance at opportunity, the same quality of experience as the default person? Because all of the people you characterize as special just think of themselves as a default person until they are treated as or reminded that they are less than. Action items to unify the district. The board needs to adopt a diversity and equity policy to signal to the staff, students, and residents of the district that a Leander ISD education is an education for all. 2, utilize your campuses as incubators for the good ideas that work. Grandview Hills is a Title I campus, and within just a couple of years of implementing an after-school tutoring program at the local apartment complexes, the test scores vastly improved. Other campuses have implemented some of the policies and values that you need to echo district-wide. Scale the ideas. 3, I would like to see a district-wide book study for teachers and staff on anti-racism and inclusion. I have witnessed kids from minority populations being treated with fear and therefore not effectively disciplined, being placed in AVID when they should be in Quest, and left out of activities because there is a lack of cultural understanding or bias happening with the teachers. I've sat through enough terrible teacher in-service programs to know that a book study would be welcome and valuable. 4, review and make sure the district discipline program is appropriate and avoids the school-to-prison pipeline. LISD has the resources to ensure each student in the district feels a part of the body, not apart from the body. It's time to take action. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jennifer. Erica?
Good evening. I cannot believe in the year 2021 we're still hearing the same old beliefs and outdated adages being referenced. I believe it was the phrase, you can bring a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. That analogy was used to describe our black and brown students last week. They were the horse and resources were the water. However, what a certain trustee failed to realize is that that horse isn't going to drink if the water is tainted, polluted, or dried up. By using this statement alone, you recognize that the students of color in your district do not benefit from the same resources and opportunities as others in your district. The resources received across the district are not equitable, and shame on you for not addressing that. The assumptions made by some of the board members in regards to use of resources and whether the students of color are prepared for more rigorous learning shows the inherent racism and biases of some of the board. How dare you assume the kids and their families are lazy and unintelligent? Due to the focus of black and brown students at the last meeting, I'm going to focus on these groups. According to the 2018-2019 demographics for LISD, there were 56.2 white, 25.7% Latino, and 12.6% black. If this is the case, why are only 15% of Latino and 9% of black students in the gifted and talented program? Are the students that are participating in GT courses reflective of the campus? Are parents and teachers well informed on the nominating process? Is the GT assessment and nomination process non-biased? Are we considering the fact that students learning 2 different languages or more are processing information differently and their brains are working harder? There are many factors that go into why students are not receiving GT nominations. Also, why are only 54% of black students and 58% of Latinos going directly to college, while the white students are at 70%? I mean, it can't be because we don't want to drink the water. Now let's look at disciplinary incidents. Whites, 3.7%, black, 9.3%, 9.3%, and Hispanic, 4.9%. Wait, there's more. Check out who's being sent to Leo. 0.7%, whites. Blacks, 2.1%, Hispanic, 1%. These numbers reflect the numbers of the demographics that are the same as our prison population. How does it feel knowing that LISD is maintaining a school-to-prison pipeline? Now tell me racism doesn't exist in our district. Now explain to me why if black students are a small number of the school population, why are they the largest group at Leo? What message is the district sending to the community? We need action. It's time for LISD to hire an equity officer of color. But let's not stop there. Let's get an equity department and staff trainings. Let's move the district forward and improve on all levels. Make the curriculum more diverse and reflective of our nation, and just start doing what is right. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Our last two speakers for this evening will be Hayan and Stephanie.
Good evening. My name is Haiyan Liu, and I have two children in LSD, one at Cedar Park High School and another one at elementary. I'm a healthcare professional, advanced practice nurse, along with being a mother, wife, and LSD community member. As a businesswoman, I'm concerned about how the board is making decisions on equity and a diversity issue in LSD. Policy concerns can be objectively researched, analyzed, and conclude with a solid, measurable business plan. Last summer, however, when the Leander ISD Community Conversations on Equity and Diversity report was given, public testimony was also given that the research was not developed with statistically significant data, as it only had a survey of 73 respondents to represent all 43,000 LSD students. Then this invalid report was used to conclude that systemic racism existed in LSD. I'm saddened, as I was one of 8 testimonies that you heard last summer about requesting for a more in-depth survey, and nothing has been done for a revised report. We are missing an opportunity to get the community together through a district-wide survey. We would then have real opportunity to grow and learn together and develop real solutions, if needed, to a well-documented challenge. However, the board has decided to ignore the cry of public testimony and is now proceeding to a plan that is based on an invalid report. This is such a complicated and a delicate issue that if not handled properly, all you will get are people with emotions crying to solve something without even a true understanding. Don't let this issue be driven by emotions and unfounded research. As a taxpayer, we want our school board to make sound, analytical decisions with a solid, measurable business plan, like Board Member Johnson suggested last week. These suggestions are not a delay tactic. It is what any good business plan would entail, something of which the board has not accomplished. Once data is adequately obtained, analyzed, and a measurable plan is developed, then, and only then, we can grow through the delicate challenges together. Thank you.
Thank you, Hayan. Stephanie?
Thank you guys so much. I believe you have been up here every Thursday night this month, and we really do appreciate your time. I have joined CCAC in order to help review the literature that's up. And it has been an amazing opportunity to talk books with other adults and look at it from a different perspective, looking at what questions is it asking? What assumptions does the author make? What do you argue with? What are you astounded by? And I'm blanking on the other one, but there's 5 A's. And it brings up such a different point of view. And I had something else I was gonna talk about, but in light of someone reading an excerpt from a book I have actually read, I'll come back another week to talk about what I was gonna talk about tonight. Red at the Bone by Jacqueline Woods is an absolutely amazing book. And for me, it was a window into a life of a teenage boy who had sex too soon. And after that explicit sex scene, there is page after page after page of him grappling with the emotional turmoil that premarital sex before he was ready had on him. Throughout that book, you see the consequences of having sex as a teenager and getting pregnant. You see a teenage mom that couldn't handle it and ends up disconnecting from her family. You see the parents of teenagers with a kid that end up raising that baby and giving up their life and their choices. Were those scenes graphic? Yeah, I can see where it would make people uncomfortable. However, I would much rather my son or my daughter read in a book the graphic text and learn by watching that through that window that there are serious consequences when you take those actions, because them learning by watching through a window is way less catastrophic than my teenage daughter learning because she got pregnant. Much rather hear it in a book. But I'm also going to book talk with my kids. I'm going to read with my kids and have that discussion because I am the parent and it's my job to teach my kids. And I don't have a problem with the rating system, but if you're removing books from book clubs, there needs to be a very clear and transparent way to do it. And I really value the opportunity to read these books. Your staff is amazing. The books that they have put out that I have looked through and I have read outside of CCAC and in CCAC are absolutely amazing work of art. So great job. You need to be really proud of your staff. They have done an amazing job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephanie. All right, that concludes our citizen comment portion of the agenda. We'll move on to our next item, the consent agenda. If you want to remove an item, let me know. Otherwise, if I can have a motion to approve.
Madam President, I move that we accept the consent agenda as presented.
Second. I have a motion from Jim, second from Gloria. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We'll now move on to the agenda item, the COVID-19 epidemic update.
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, we bring you an update to where we are in dealing with the pandemic. And so we'll jump immediately, maybe. Yes. These human resources numbers have not changed much over the period, even from back in the spring. And so I think we made good decisions early on, and that has proved to help us to reach our goal of staying open over time. These numbers, however, are very important. We're seeing a steady yet slow uptick in enrollment, especially at the elementary level. You can see our secondary numbers are already near projections, and so we've had, much lower enrollment at the elementary, but that's slowly ticking up over time. And you can also see our in-person numbers there. As you know, we predicted that January was going to be a tough month for us, and as you can see from those last 2 weeks, we've had almost 100 cases in both weeks with a significant amount of exposures, both at the student and the staff level. The staff level exposures are the ones that are our Achilles heel in a certain sense, because we can't keep our buildings open if we don't have enough adults to manage them safely. It struck me as I looked at this slide this time that when all of this started, we were talking about positivity rates around the 5% mark and getting over that. And you can see where we're sitting today. We are very conscious of the fact that there is a numbing effect to the length of time that the pandemic has worn on. And we're making sure that we're very conscious of our situational awareness and understanding where we are. But we are committed to keeping our buildings open if at all possible, because we know there are dire consequences for some of our families and their children if we don't have that opportunity for them to attend school in person. We are very pleased with the way that we're communicating with both Austin, Travis County and with Williamson County. Williamson County in particular has stepped up in this last week. We had pretty short notice to mobilize our employees. We were gifted 836 vaccination opportunities inside the 1A and 1B group this week. Our team did an incredible job of notifying all of our staff and turning around over 700 LISD employees who had the opportunity to be vaccinated this week at Kelly Reef Stadium. We anticipate that will continue as we go into the following weeks. We're already preparing our lists to make sure that we're ready to mobilize again when those vaccinations become available for our folks, and we'll try to get as many of them through as possible. Of course, you understand that the vaccination is in two parts, and so this was their first part that happened this week, and in another 28 days or so they'll work through their second part. Having continued to have conversations with Sergeant McKay and others, we realized that the second dose can carry with it some symptoms for folks, and so we want to make sure that we're communicating with Williamson County so we don't have all of our staff getting that second dose at the same time, because we're already under pressure with staffing, and so we want to make sure that we plan that carefully as we go forward. We, of course, want to continue to shout out to all of our staff for the incredible job that they're doing. We've been listening carefully to our staff, and we know the pressure and the stress that they're under. I will report to you, starting to hear from our teachers again, their concern at the level. And so we'll be doing some listening this week and early next week with some of our teachers who have particular concerns. We'll be meeting with them to talk through those concerns, to listen carefully to them, and then we'll turn around and see if any of those needs can be met. Again, our central office staff has done an exceptional job of stepping up and helping at the campus level. We have had senior administrators running campuses this week, as whole administration teams have gone out at a couple of places, and they've been very willing to step up and make sure that our campuses can stay open so we can accommodate our children. Be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Board members? Thank you very much, Dr. Gehring. Thank you very much, HR2, for the mobilization quickly when you got the news about the vaccines for the staff who wanted to get them, who were in that 1B. They were able to reach out, and that was a tremendous effort and undertaking. So thank you all very much. All right. So it is 7:24, and I think it's going to take us longer than 30 minutes to talk about the academic calendar. So that being said, we're going to go ahead, because I did tell our presenters for the District and Equity Diversity Advisory Committee that they could start speaking at 7:30. Do we know? I'm trying to see if we know if they're ready. I don't know. Okay, well, we'll do, here's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and do, are they ready? Okay. Then we'll move that item up on the agenda and take them. And then after that, we'll go back into our regular agenda order and take up the academic calendars, and then proceed downward from there. I don't think we have any other guests this evening, except for closed, so. All right, whenever y'all ready.
And diversity in the work of our tonight we're here to provide an update for the Board of Trustees on our work of the Equity and Diversity Advisory Committee throughout the fall semester. We will be sharing some action steps and asking for the full support of our Board of Trustees to begin this work, and then the opportunity to come back to you and provide regular updates throughout the year. As you remember, and as mentioned earlier, last spring we held 2 community conversations focused on equity and diversity, as well as heard comments from our community through the form of citizens' comments and through government emails. From this feedback, we were able to identify 3 focus areas, which you see on the screen, and then we were able to establish our District Equity and Diversity Advisory Committee, who began meeting in early August to focus on community collaboration, policy and practice, and professional learning.
So as Dr. Arterberry noted, the Equity and Diversity Advisory Committee, which you'll hear from several representatives tonight, and we have others who are in the audience with us as well, started meeting in August. And what we did is we came together as a smaller group comprised of different people within our district as well as community members. And we had a series of meetings. What we first did was really dig into our core beliefs and define our purpose. And the purpose of our committee is to provide guidance to ensure equity and diversity within Leander ISD. We will work to effect change and support Leander ISD as we take action to eradicate racism and promote a more diverse, equitable, and inclusive culture. And we do this through those 3 focus areas that Dr. Arterberry spoke of earlier: community collaboration, professional learning, policy, and practice. The ladies and gentlemen on this committee have been working very hard over the past few months to really think through of what are the recommendations that we want to provide for next steps with our work. And so some of those have been implemented, some of those are ready to be implemented, and we're asking for your support on that tonight. So what we also do is we meet with our task force, which was the larger group that you may have been familiar with earlier, and we've included them and invited them in to some of our meetings, and each person on the task force, if they're interested, has been put in one of these focus area groups to help support the work as well, because as you'll see on this next slide here, this is a smaller committee, and we know that this number of people cannot do the work alone, right? We are here to help advise and to help lead the work, but we need everyone in the district to work alongside us. And so those people who were part of the task force and others interested have joined us to work in some of these committees. So tonight, you're going to hear from each one of the focus areas, and we're going to start with community collaboration. I have here with us this evening Dee Nelson and Matt Mitchell, who are part of this focus area. We also have Paige Collier and Angela Pye, who are also part of the committee, but unfortunately cannot make it tonight. But Dee and Matt are going to take you through our recommendations and next steps.
Good evening. I am Dee Nelson. I am a 5th grade teacher here in the district. And so collaboration has the potential to strengthen communities. diffuse issues, develop relationships, and improve the quality of services to the community. By using anecdotal evidence, we found an overwhelming need for more collaborative efforts in our community. And the purpose of our Community Collaboration Subcommittee is to do just that. The process will take patience, sensitivity, and a commitment to achieve the mission of community collaboration. As a committee, we understand how vital communication is in order to build effective relationships and required shared expectations about the frequency and methods of contact and ample opportunity to engage through open communication channels. As a result, we are in the process of engaging in continuation of community events to include listening sessions, shared learning, and collaboration on district equity plans. In addition, we understand in order to sustain a healthy collaboration, it's important to build and nurture the relationships at every level. Some ways to continue to strengthen relationships is to expand transparency to the community by creating a web page for equity and diversity on the Leander ISD website, as well as creating a section in the Leander ISD newsletter to highlight the work that the Equity and Diversity Advisory, the work of the Equity and Diversity Advisory Committee. Building collaborative relationships with community members goes beyond this committee. Therefore, we will collaborate with district and campus-based equity and diversity committees, including student groups and PTAs, just to name a few. It requires effectively engaging in partnerships that develop a shared understanding and common goals towards serving our families' needs. We will facilitate the creation of equity advocates at the campus and district departments who have the direct line to the District Office of Equity. We recognize the importance of partnering with the community. Partnership takes time, effort, and communication. And if managed well, this will help our organization achieve its goals more effectively. And with that, this next slide, it highlights some of the actions we would like the board to partner with us as a community for immediate implementation and action.
And so those two areas are to host listening sessions in the spring of 2021 and to support the development of an equity and diversity webpage and section in the district newsletter. And so we're going to switch out, but I'm going to let you have an opportunity to ask any questions you might want to ask on this community collaboration, please, while we have Dee and Matt here.
Just want to thank you both for being here and thank you for sharing this information with us.
Will the listening sessions be virtual, I'm assuming, because of COVID? Just making sure everyone has a chance.
Right, and thanks for the question. The listening sessions that we're discussing would be modeled very closely after the teacher listening sessions we did in the fall. We got a lot of positive feedback in the School and Community Relations Department, and we feel like that was a format that offered an opportunity for the widest audience and the most collaborative environment. So while we're still working out the exact details, we have a very positive and we feel like a very effective framework from which to build in that regard. And it would be in similar fashion to the listening sessions in the fall at different times so that we could accommodate multiple schedules. And again, it would be about gathering the information, gathering the experiences of our community members so that we can report back and find some common threads to where we can make suggestions.
Thank y'all for all your hard work on this. I value our community, and this is just one puzzle to the piece, so thank y'all so much.
Real quickly, so this is the group that I got to be a part of after Trustee McKay stepped down and allowed one of us newbies to jump in. So I just want to say thank you so much for welcoming me with open arms and bringing me right into the fold. And I appreciate you all very much. Thank you.
And Christine, I think you were a wonderful choice to step in there and get that work done. Echoing the other trustees, thank you for all of the hard work. I had the privilege and honor of sitting in on a number of those early meetings. And for the community at large that may not know the work behind the scenes, these meetings at points were raw, they were difficult, but the one thing that struck me is the varied backgrounds of the individuals that were presenting and speaking and speaking their truth did so with a certain air of safety and comfort. And I think right there is the biggest problem that we have to overcome as we move forward with this conversation. I'm looking through these recommendations, and the one thing I don't see, and I don't know if this is something I may be getting ahead, but Jimmy, I love you, but every board meeting to talk about construction update is not the same as every meeting having a progress report on where we are with equity and diversity. And I don't see that in the recommendations, but as we move through this presentation, that is a recommendation that I have, and I've stated it before. We need to be talking about this each and every day, and if for no other reason, if we have an agenda item that talks about equity and diversity, when our community members come up and they have something that is hurting them and they want to talk about it, we do not have to just sit here and say thank you for showing up. We can include that in the agenda item, and we can gather more information, and we can start listening to one another, and we can start healing this community.
Thank you. We will now bring up our professional learning committee, and that will be Chanel Douglas, Wendell Mills, and Steve Clark.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Chanel Douglas. I am an assistant principal at Running Brushy Middle School. Just want to introduce yourself.
Good evening. I'm Wendell Mills. I'm an assistant principal at Vista Ridge High School.
And I'm Steve Clark, Director of Counseling Services for the district.
All right. First, I would just like to point out, I don't know how you guys do this every Thursday. It's very cold in this room. So if I start stuttering, it might be because I'm cold. So we represent the Professional Learning Committee, and I am going to kind of be our spokesperson. Hopefully, I captured the feedback from my fellow committee members, and if I don't, they will jump in. All right, so something that stands out to me that I'd like to point out to all of you is the learning model that is up on that wall. This is something that's been in the district for as long as I've been here, and I've been here for 17 years now. And I point that out because if you look at the items that are on that learning model, they relate directly to the work that we're wanting to do. If you look at the rings, you have the gray ring, which includes things like professional learning and continuous improvement. If you look at the red ring, parent and community involvement, which we just heard a little bit about, professional learning communities, supportive relationships, culturally responsiveness, systems and procedures, collaborative culture. Guess what, guys? The good news is our committee wants to do all of those things, and it's already a part of our framework. What we know is that meaningful, effective professional learning has the power to positively affect change and growth within our system here in Leander. And ultimately, when we're affecting the growth within the system, that means that we're positively affecting the growth of our students, which I hope is our primary goal for everyone in this room. We want to empower and encourage campus leaders. And when I say campus leaders, I want to pause for a minute and elaborate on that. I'm not just talking about assistant principals. I'm not just talking about principals. I'm talking about teachers, instructional coaches, nurses, the bus drivers, the cafeteria workers, our custodians, everyone. We're all a part of this system, and everyone can play a role in this change. In addition, district leaders, community leaders, we invite you all to do this work with us as well as a whole, and we feel that professional learning helps lay the foundation for the work. Our committee's been working this year, and we're in a little bit of a different boat, I guess, as professional learning, because we've been able to create some short-term goals for ourselves that we've already been able to accomplish, and then we have some long-term goals, so I'll kind of speak to both of those. Some ways that we've started to do this work is by adding content to the equity strand at the Continuous Improvement Conference. When we broke off into our committees, I think maybe we had a week or two left before the deadline for the Continuous Improvement Conference sessions. But one of the things that we noticed when we looked at that strand was that there were only 2 or 3 strands being offered by fellow faculty and staff members in the district. So we felt like, as the Professional Learning Committee, that was something that we could act on immediately. So we then went back, and between our individual committee and the advisory committee as a whole, we're able to add 6 or 7 additional strands on equity and diversity, which I think is pretty cool because we did it probably in a week. One of the things that we made sure that we did, and 4 of those sessions came from our actual committee, and at the time we only had 5 people on the committee. We now have 6 with the addition of Ms. Perkins. We used to be the Fab Five. We're the group that has a name for ourselves. So as we created these sessions, one thing that we wanted to ensure was that we differentiated these learning opportunities. We're all in very different places, and I think that was kind of reiterated tonight when we heard some of the citizen comments. And if we are going to move forward, an important thing that we wanted to work on was differentiating the learning opportunities that we offered. We know everyone comes to the table with a different lens, different life experiences, different stories, and as we were creating the professional learning, we wanted to make sure that we acknowledged that. We also wanted to make sure that we offered what I would call low-risk sessions and high-risk sessions. And when I use the word risk, what I'm referring to really is vulnerability. This work is hard, it's difficult, it requires people to do a lot of self-reflection, and sometimes that stinks because we find out things about ourselves that maybe we don't want to know or we didn't know were there, and now we know, and that's hard, and we understand that and acknowledge that, which is why we tried to create those tiered opportunities for everyone to attend. We each have different stories, different opportunities, different experiences, and we have to unpack that accordingly, and that's something that as we continue to do our work as the Professional Learning Committee that we try to keep central. This leads us into some of the recommendations that you see up on the screen. What we would like to do is partner more closely, again, something that's already established. We do have an instruction and professional learning department that already exists in Leander. So something that we would like to do is partner with them in an effort to create a series of foundational learning experiences for all. A tangible example of this would be creating professional learning for our new to district and new to profession educators to engage in their first day in LISD. Every year when someone new comes to Leander, they have an additional day or 2 before the other teachers return where they go through training opportunities. We feel like as a committee, that would be a prime opportunity really to provide anyone new to our district with our beliefs around this work and to highlight them and to point out that this work is important to Leander and to the community, which I think we've heard. Last week when you all engaged in your conversations surrounding equity and diversity, there was a discussion of common terms and how we define those terms. This is work that our committee is ready, willing, and able to assist with. And then once we get those definitions in line, that's something that we can get out to the district as a whole to ensure we're using common language and operating from a common lens when it comes to our use and understanding of these words like equity, diversity, inclusion, to name a few, in LISD. The second bullet that's up there, creating a multi-year and multi-tiered professional learning plan on equity, diversity, and inclusion. Something that we would like to consider is, in addition to the Continuous Improvement Conference, we would like to look at intentionally embedding equity and diversity training throughout the year and build on those training opportunities as time progresses. Ultimately, this would help support continuous learning, which we pride ourselves on, and it would allow us to build capacity within our systems and our community. We're currently discussing the possibility of hosting an ed camp surrounding equity and diversity amongst our committee at large, so our task force. And the reason we're looking at this is because we feel this would be something that would provide us with the opportunity to hear what others have going on at their campuses. You hear a lot of people who have shared, this campus is doing great things, that campus is doing great things, this campus has a committee that's been established for years, but we haven't found a way to get everyone together and bring them to the table and allow them to share and learn from each other. So this is an initial thought on how maybe we can start to do that. And then I'll get to big picture later. And I've also already visited with the professionals in the professional learning department who have hosted things like this for Leander. So again, that partnership. We feel it is our committee's responsibility to seek out additional learning opportunities to respond to staff, student, and stakeholder needs. And something like this could be a first step with the Ed Camp. And then for the final point that's up there, our committee is also looking to create partnerships with surrounding districts and organizations to expand upon our learning and learning opportunities. An example that we are currently mulling over, again, big picture, we are looking at establishing partnerships with surrounding districts and organizations who are also doing this work. Big picture, we want to hold a joint conference focused specifically on issues surrounding equity, diversity, and inclusion in the 21-22 school year. Ultimately, professional learning should always tie back to your why. I'm going to give you guys a few seconds to think about your why. I'm hoping as you think about your why, somewhere in there, the students were involved. I hope that our why includes kids, because if it's including kids and we allow this work to be done, then we're positioning all of them for greatness in whatever form or fashion that looks like for every student in Leander ISD. And then on our next slide are our action steps, additional action steps. So last week, again, during the special board meeting, you all engaged in conversations focused on equity and diversity. One of the items that was requested by the board towards the end of the meeting was for Laurelyn and Krista to identify and bring back possible training opportunities for you all to engage in during spring of 2021. They're working on it, and they will be getting those suggestions to you soon. As a side note, we as a committee, and Ms. Perkins and Mr. Tate, who got quarantined, which is why he's not here today, and our other board member, or our other member who couldn't be present, would like to personally invite you all to have an open discussion or visit our professional learning committee meetings at any time, because we do have resources and learning opportunities available that we could and would be happy to talk you all through, walk you all through, have you go through the process so that you can see some of the learning that we'd like to push out. Ultimately, our committee needs you to fully support us for the professional learning piece, the continuous improvement process in Leander ISD, and the professional learning that comes along with doing this courageous work. Again, courageous. We know it's hard. It's not easy. If it was easy, I think we'd have a solution by now. Your support is going to be instrumental in truly moving this work forward. We know that this work can and will be challenging. It will be uncomfortable at times because a lot of this work requires us to be vulnerable as individuals and as a whole. However, we feel we have a real opportunity here to start truly doing the work in Leander. And in the words of Amanda Gorman, who we've heard a couple times tonight, we need to lift our gazes not to what stands between us, but before us. And I think currently this work and the importance of this work is what's before us. It's time for us to become comfortable with being uncomfortable.
want to go back to real quick. One of the comments you made was the discussions, and you had indicated that some of the discussions are low risk and high risk. And then you said we should probably look at changing the names of those. And I get, wordsmithing. But yeah, there's vulnerable and then there's highly vulnerable. The risk in these discussions is not having them, in my opinion. So that was the only thing that stuck out at me is let's make these vulnerable and highly vulnerable conversations so that we're setting the right tone for these discussions. That was it. But again, I so appreciate the work and the care that's gone into this entire project. And you're right, it is time to stop talking and start doing. So thank you very much.
I would be highly interested in seeing the other professional learning, but in essence of making sure we protect quorum, we don't have that issue. Let's make sure we coordinate through Donna and she can get us the updates through Friday memo so we can participate that way. Sometimes there's an opportunity where you get asked, join us anytime, and I love those invites. But if you really want to help enable us, please let's coordinate through Donna and get us that so we can participate. Thank you very much. I think that's a tremendous opportunity to be a part of that and see all the good work and the things that y'all are working on. So thank you.
And if at all possible, when we're talking about Board of Trustees attend training during the spring 2021, is that something that we're looking at as doing here, bringing outside source in, or would we go somewhere?
So we have Susan Cole, part of our head of our instructional and professional learning department, who's helping us contact different people. What we've looked for are things that you can do in person and bring someone in-house. She's checking on which ones they do there, and if some of them only offer for you to go out, then she'll mark those so that you have a variety, and then you all as a board can determine what is the best atmosphere for y'all to do that learning.
I appreciate that, and one of the things that I would just throw out there as a consideration or something to ponder if we can do it, if it is in-house training and we're going to do it as a Board of Trustees, I would love to have that as a scheduled meeting that's broadcast so that our community can see the training that's going on. I think that's important at this time. If that's, for legal or copyright or whatever, if we can't do that, I understand it, but I would really love to have the community be part of that training that we're going through.
Anytime there's a quorum and we're doing any type of district business, we will be recorded. So, yep.
That training, what Jim said, I'd kind of like to see it part of our yearly retreat. I actually said the word right. I don't know how we can incorporate that, but I also wanted to say thank you. I know you guys are doing 100 jobs right now, but what I heard tonight, I'm excited. And what really got with me was not only are you trying to help our community, but you guys are trying to expand to the greater community. So the idea of collaborating with other districts who are doing similar things, I am so excited because I think whatever we do here, I want to tell the whole world. So I am so excited to see what you guys are going to do with this, but most importantly, the impact that it's going to have on the greater community as a whole. So thank you so much.
Somewhat echoing, again, thank you. I know it's a lot of work. It's been a lot of hours. What really struck out to me is wanting to bring everyone together because we're all at different places, right? And it is very uncomfortable and it's hard, but we know that it's essential and it's critical. And so I think this is really exciting. This is really wonderful. And thank you for doing this. Thank you for doing this hard, uncomfortable work. Thank you.
And before you bring up the last group, I just do want to point out that as you look at these committee members, some things that you might not know about them is Mr. Mills really worked to actually get this effort started originally with that task force. So he was one of the original people who helped start us and got us to this point today. So we really appreciate the work that he's been doing. And while it has been an extension of the committee work, Mr. Clark has really been leading professional learning with our counselors in this area as well. So there are always things going on that aren't directly connected to the committee, but those are just some examples of the work that the group has been doing beyond this scope of work as well. And so now we're going to hear from our Policy and Practice Committee. We have Ebony Parks, David Barnes, Christine Simpson, and Miss Barksdale is also part of that committee.
Good evening, board and Dr. Gearing, staff, and parents. I'm Ebony Parks, assistant principal at Leander Middle School, and I currently serve on the Policy and Practice Subcommittee. With me tonight, I have David Barnes, teacher at Glenn High School, and Christine Simpson, principal of Rouse High School. And what you'll hear from us tonight is sort of a review of what we've done up until this point and our recommendations moving forward. The Policy and Practice Subcommittee focuses on just that, policies and practices that we feel will propel Leander ISD forward in the work around equity, diversity, and inclusion. Quantitative and qualitative data clearly demonstrate that there are students within our system whose experiences are negatively impacted by the systemic racism present in Leander ISD. With all of this in mind, our committee began our work by examining our vision and belief statements around equity and decided what action steps were needed for us to get started. We developed a checklist of action steps and began with research. Our research consisted of local equity policies from places like Austin, Houston, Dallas, and Carroll ISD, and from national policies from Chicago, New York, and California. Our hope from this research was that we would be able to see the scope of an equity policy, decide what of those things we wanted to have as notes for our own, and then move forward with creating more ideas for the extension of Leander ISD's policy. David has been a major leader in our research efforts, and I'm going to ask him to speak more to what we've learned from our research.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You've heard from most of our committee members today, but what I'm going to say is that if you were to build a house, then I am going to talk about its foundation. At this stage, we have been conducting research on a compilation of ideas on what an equity policy could look like for LISD. However, from surveying over 10 different policies from comparable districts and input from various stakeholders, there are some common themes. An equity policy would communicate to district leaders, staff, parents, and students that Leander Independent School District prioritizes meeting the needs of our historically underserved students. Of the 40 largest Texas school districts, Leander ISD is the only district that does not have an organizational structure, framework, or action plan to address systemic inequities in our schools. As our demographics shift, these inequities will continue to produce predictable disparities between and among our students unless this governing body explicitly directs the district to eliminate them. An equity policy could be instrumental in the following ways. One, acknowledge that there's been a history of institutional racism in our society and that has systemically disserviced our marginalized students and is antithetical to our core beliefs. Two, committing to our community that LISD demands their schools to be free from discrimination, bigotry, and hate. Three, empower our leaders and staff to eliminate racism, injustice, and inequity in any and all of its forms. And ultimately, four, remove the barriers from our marginalized students so they can achieve the high academic outcomes and receive the equitable treatment and discipline. We believe that the board leading through policy and by example is the strongest ally on equity, diversity, and inclusion that this district can have. It encourages transparent dialogue, promotes academic outcomes, and shapes the lives of our students toward a better America. We currently have a collaboration session scheduled next month with various stakeholders from across the district to populate some ideas. And given the opportunity, we would love to assist this board in drafting such a policy. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Also from our research, we looked at the functions of an equity office and what that could look like at our level. And so with that, we have begun to draft the roles and responsibilities for a lead equity position in our district and what that would look like for them and their impact they would have on our campuses. We believe this work is important, and while we're all committed to it, we believe that it deserves someone who is focused on this work singularly and who can impact this work on a daily basis. This would demonstrate that there's priority around this work, and while this is still in draft mode, we will take it to our bigger group in an upcoming meeting for feedback and support. The next thing we're going to talk about is some of the practices that would directly impact our campuses, and I'm going to hand it over to Christine to talk about that.
Good evening. This is nerve-wracking. I'm not going to lie, guys. I speak in front of thousands for graduation, and I am nerved up tonight. So thank you all for leading us into this conversation, and thank you for inviting us to speak with you tonight. The last time I formally shared with the board was back in about 2011. My years are starting to blend together, so I'm going to guess 2011. I think that's fair game. When I came to talk about the book I co-wrote based on the development and hard work of a group called C Squared. And I brought my why with me. And I'm sorry, Madam President, I'd be happy for you to take a look at it, and you can pass it around at your leisure later after it's sanitized, and then John Graham can bring it back to me if that's okay with you. Because in the pages of that book is a group of students that continue to remind me that when you put hope and action together, there is possibility. And it's easy to get caught up in numbers, and I believe in data, but those students taught me something very important. When I was teaching them how to gather feedback and take surveys, they reminded me repeatedly, if the survey results didn't come back the way that I wanted them to, that there was still work to be done, and the number was not the only answer to the problem. An additional focus of our group will be to look into policy and practice that directly impacts staff and students on our campus. This includes examining recruitment and hiring practices and leadership development, and further examination of our district's disciplinary process, advanced program access, and curriculum development and implementation. I mentioned further, as we know that there are other committees who have begun the work in some of these areas. Our plan moving forward is to partner with these existing committees in order to supplement the work and offer support through the process. In preparation for tonight, our committee wrestled with what to say. A passion for and commitment to students first drives everything we do as educators. Although far from perfect, our focus on doing right by our students has never wavered. What we are presenting here tonight is a way to build systems that will widen the doorway to success for our students. We hear from time to time in conversation a fear that if we focus on the student experiences of our marginalized student groups, we will leave other students behind. Our committee is here to assure you that widening the path does not supplant one group's success for another. However, the data consistently shows we are leaving our marginalized students behind. And when it comes to our students, we do not believe in acceptable loss based on percentages. If our district has a way to build up each student's experience, we have to take it. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. So now we're going to talk about our recommendations moving forward. As a committee, we believe if we want to improve the experiences of our students, our staff, our community, that we cannot do the same things we've always done. We have to do something different. We recommend that you charge the board to develop a draft and a framework for an equity policy. We also ask that you review our funding options for an equity office position and consider the approval of that position. We also ask that as we review the policies of our district, that we're invited back to have conversations with you guys about what we find and our suggestions moving forward. We believe that these action steps are the foundation of what are going to positively impact the people we serve. Thank you for having us.
I'd like to point out how awesome this book and the why is. Could be a whole different board meeting too. I mean, part two.
I'm game whenever you are, ma'am.
My favorite part, what is in the back here, it's where the students are writing what they like so much. And so I just wanted to kind of hone in on your why and see if I'm reading this correctly, which is where I see over and over again, making so many new friends, meeting so many beautiful faces, meeting new people. And then this is just amazing here in the middle. There's tons of beautiful words here, but he goes, or she goes, or this person goes, see it all bloom, witnessing, photographing, and experiencing. So thank you for sharing this with us.
Thank you.
So on the Office of Equity, obviously we want a lead person for that, and then underneath it, approved personnel. Has there been any discussion, do you have any sense of how many personnel the office would need to not just say that we have an office, but to actually get out there and do the work that needs to be done?
Do you want me to go or do you want to go? It's okay. So I think that really depends on the scope of the work. A lot of us in administration had the opportunity to attend TASA this week, and there was an entire equity strand, and in fact TASA has its own race, equity, and inclusion committee that they've started, which is really working towards equity, diversity, and inclusion throughout the state. And what we learned from a lot of districts is depending on what we want to make happen, and what you heard here tonight are some huge steps that are going to take a lot of work, and we need someone to lead it, but these are only the beginning steps. There's so much more of what we can do, and so we really just need to sit back to determine what is the right number within that office based on the work that we're going to do. I think first and foremost, we would just like to begin to have that office and have it staffed with the personnel.
Right. And a follow-up question, actually it's unrelated to the equity office, but as we're talking about continuing the good work, and we have these individuals that have been tasked solely for ensuring equity and diversity, and working with our marginalized communities to make sure that they're afforded every opportunity to break cycles of poverty. And what about our students, especially at the high school level? How do we involve a student core into this discussion? Because it seems one of the feedback loops that would be very beneficial to us is to have our students be part of this conversation. We had an issue with suicide several years ago, and while all the adults were talking about what can we do, there were students out there actually putting together a program and doing it, and we invited them up to speak. And that's powerful. They need to be part of that conversation as well. So I was just curious if we've had any thoughts or where that is in terms of having student representation.
Well, at Rouse High School right now, we have two mini task force. We have one for our staff, and then we have one for students as well. So they are starting to learn the common terms and common vocabulary. So we're in the building stages right now, so that we can have meaningful conversations. They're already starting to partner with other organizations to put together some action plans. And so it just took a drop of water, and they are growing very quickly. So I think that the potential definitely exists. I'm a huge proponent for students being involved in this process, because I believe that true change comes with their partnership. Excuse me, not articulate tonight. It comes with their partnership. It doesn't happen to them. And so I am more than happy, along with several of my colleagues at other campuses that are doing work with students as well. It's not isolated with Rouse, but I do appreciate you pointing at me, Dr. DeLecchia.
Well, and I would add that this work is happening at the middle school levels too, and I'd love to hear from some of my elementary counterparts if this work is happening on their campuses, but I can speak directly to the work that's happening at Leander Middle School and the voice that our students have, and I can also speak to Henry Middle School, and I've worked with them on some of the amazing things that they are working on, so I know that this is not happening in the silos. I think we're all ready for this work, and we're just looking for that thread that weaves it all together, and that's what we're asking for from you guys.
I have a question. I just want to make sure, because I think the bullet points, fund an office of equity and approve personnel, can have, I mean, there's a lot of fill in the blanks, and you could fill in a lot of different blanks on what that means. My understanding is, let me see, and I guess kind of from what y'all have done, you've worked on different solutions, you're seeing different things. You're not telling us, here's the answer. This is more of a recommendation of this is the direction we're going in. You don't know how many people necessarily that are in the office. And as far as I think funding the Office of Equity and the personnel, this is federal funding that would be identified to draw down for this purpose.
It could be with federal funding. There are certain things that person would be able to do. So it depends, and this is where we need further conversation with the board and with our administration and this committee of what do we want that office to do, and then what can be paid with those funds, and what might we need to find other funding to be able to support the work. So I think it's really sitting down and saying, what is that work? And so along with that comes developing an equity plan for our district. And so we're talking about this, and when we talk about the words and how many people we want to put in that position, really it is about developing what that plan looks like for us. You've heard kind of the beginnings of a plan from each one of these committees, but it's then really bringing that all together, because you can see that it's so huge and vast that we would need someone to help lead that work and guide the creation of that plan. All right, so tonight what you heard was quite a few overarching just kind of work that we've been doing. And so first and foremost, I just want to commend the members of the committee who have Laurelyn and I get to work with on a regular basis, because they are truly amazing, as you can see here. And this is dedicated because it's their passion, and they know it's what's right, and this is what they want to do, and this is what we want to do. And so what you see here is just our initiative overviews of our action steps that we think we can get done here in the near future. And so when we think about this, and we think about the core beliefs for the district that were recently adopted, core belief number 3 says, our LISD family, which includes our students and their families, life changers, board, and community members, thrives when we ensure a welcoming, safe, and caring environment in which we treat one another with integrity, respect, fairness, and acceptance while appreciating our differences. This core belief, while not the only one, speaks to the work that we want to do and that we believe should be done in our district to really provide this environment that's described here. But when you look at core belief 1 and 4, those are about the students. When you look at core belief 2, it's about our staff. And when you look about core belief 5, it's about the relationships. And so all of the work of the committee is really grounded in these core beliefs of what we want to do moving forward. And so we want to partner with you all to bring these core beliefs to life through the work of this committee and the extended committee that will be needed in order for us to be able to get this done. And so we are really asking for you all to help lead in this work by approving or allowing and saying yes, kind of giving us the blessing. You can move forward with some of these pieces. Things like the website, that's ready to launch tomorrow if you say go. Things like the listening sessions, like Matt said, we've got ideas and we have tentative dates that we can run by people and we can be ready to go. And so everyone has been working just for the moment where we can collaborate with you and move forward as leaders in our district in this work.
Like Krista said, it's been our honor to be able to work with these wonderful individuals who are passionate about diversity and equity. I think the power truly comes when we partner as a government and work with the 7 of you, Dr. Gearing, and our entire community to move this forward. And that's where the power truly lies. And so we are honored that you would allow us to be back at this meeting and be able to have our team members represented in front of you. We're proud of what they've done. And we look forward to continuing this work. Like Krista said, there's a lot of work to do, but we also have a lot of people ready to do it. Mr. McKay, you had mentioned earlier about coming back on a regular basis and and I had spoken about possibly doing a quarterly update if the board would be interested in that. We think that once we're able to get someone here and be able to get the process up running, moving the board in our community, see the work as we progress along. We would definitely have back regular basis and people.
I want to thank this committee. This is the group that I've had the pleasure to learn alongside, and I really have learned alongside. And all these different, you come with a different lens, and you really taught me a lot in that you're always learning in this space. And I think that's really important. I had someone else on, I'm not going to say who, on one of the committees. I said, God, this is kind of nerve-wracking going in front of the board like this. This is kind of nerve-wracking. And I said, go, and you know, you've been doing all this work. You go, you get up there and be bold. And she said, well, that's great. You should probably check your own privilege in what you just said, because you're sitting up there in a different position than I am. And you're a light-skinned Latina. And so I appreciate you saying that, but you should probably also. And absolutely. It's uncomfortable, right? It's like, oh, it's so uncomfortable. And what you shared at the beginning of the meeting, it is being vulnerable, right? And learning and being willing to be uncomfortable and put ourselves in uncomfortable spots. And I know that this is not a vote, but I know that you've asked for support, and I want to say I fully support these action steps of this committee, and I really look forward to hearing the progress. I really look forward to seeing and hearing those updates, like Mr. Trustee McKay said. So I'm excited and scared and nervous and all of those things, but wholeheartedly support.
Well, I've been away from the committee for a minute, and I got all excited, ran back there, and I called Mr. Mills, Mr. Barnes, Mr. Mills. So public apology for that. I knew what I wanted to say and who I wanted to say it to. I was just calling everybody the wrong names. But you're asking for, I guess, permission to start implementing some of these, but yet that's not a motion. So from a procedural standpoint, I'm not sure how we say, yes, go forth, but it's not a...
So we're not asking for any action from the board tonight. What we are asking for is the support of the board to go forward and start doing the work so that we can start bringing you back action items related to this material.
You have my absolute 100% support and a big heaping serving of gratitude for the work that you're doing.
I'll chime in and say definitely have my support 100%.
Let's do it. Y'all have my support 100%.
Yeah, I don't know if we're just going around or not, but I'll jump in. I have several comments. I've written a number of notes to try and make sure I say everything I want to say the way I hope to say it. I don't know about all of you, but I often feel misunderstood. I often feel that I say one thing and my audience hears something else, and I find it very frustrating and very difficult. As a board member, I've encountered this a lot. On this issue, I've encountered this a lot. And I feel like it's difficult sometimes for us to align. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm the one that's completely out of alignment. All the rest of us, all the rest of you, I guess I'm not in that us, have it all completely figured out and you're all 100% aligned. If that's the case, then I'm more out of step than I think. But I think there's more ambiguity and more subtlety to some of what we're talking about here than we sometimes let on. And I hope you will appreciate that my comments come from a particular point of view, a particular lens that isn't my own personal lens, but it's my role as a board member, as a trustee. So first, I need to clarify a couple of things that have been circulating since our last discussion on this topic. Number one, I didn't call anyone lazy. I don't think any of our minority students are lazy. Our subpopulation students are often our hardest working students, doing a lot beyond the classroom that we can only imagine. I don't believe that. I don't believe I said that. If I did, that is not what I intended to communicate. Second, I never suggested, I don't believe I suggested, that anyone should be limited or constrained in their ability to grow or succeed. That's never been my belief. I don't believe that for any student. My mom was a special ed teacher. I have a sister 13 months younger than me. I don't believe that for her or for anyone. That's not who I am. That's not the words that I would say on that topic if you knew me, if you understood where I come from. So I hope we can give each other just a little bit of space to appreciate what we're really trying to say and not accuse each other of gaslighting when we don't understand one another at first blush or first pass. The next thing I want to say is thank you to all of you who have participated in this process. I appreciate the hours of time and energy committed to this effort in a situation that's already demanding an awful lot from all of us, professionally and personally, and I appreciate the investment you've made in this work. I do have some concerns about how we're going about this work. I expressed them at our last meeting. As a trustee, I don't believe it's my job to either be in favor of or opposed to any of the particular actions that have been proposed. It's not my job to create the list. It's not my job to vet the list. It's my job to make sure that we have a successful plan in place to resolve actual problems that exist in Leander ISD. That's how I see my job. As I expressed at our last meeting, I want to make sure that we have a purposeful change management plan to resolve the issues that exist. I want to name the issues that we're trying to solve. I want to identify or define those problems. I don't see in this report anything that helps me as a board member to understand exactly the problems that we're trying to resolve. Second thing I asked for last time was, what's the theory of the problem? Why do those problems exist? Or why do they persist in our system? Understanding the answers to that second question help us to ensure that the solutions we identify are actually going to resolve the problem we identified a minute ago. Third, how do we measure progress or success? Do we have targets? What does success look like in stages or ultimately? And then fourth, what is the plan of action that will affect the change and produce the desired outcome? This isn't something that's new. I'm not proposing this for delay purposes. I'm proposing this for the same reasons that I've proposed it for 10 years that I've been on the board, anytime we talk about change. When Dr. Champion was a superintendent, we often talked about wing flaps. Wing flaps were the district just doing a bunch of good things, and then the superintendent reporting all of those good things at the end of the year in the superintendent evaluation. Wing flaps are nice. We flapped our wings, we flew, but was it purposeful? Did we accomplish the objective? Did we meet the target? Did we change the system in a positive way? Those are the kinds of things that I expect to see in a change plan or a change program for Leander ISD. It was true with Dr. Champion, it was true with Dr. Troxel, and it's still true for me with Dr. Gearing. When we embark on an important program of change like this one, I think we owe it to ourselves to be very particular about how we go about this. It's a standard practice everywhere in the world to approach significant moments of change and important policy and procedural changes with this kind of purpose, this kind of planning, this kind of preparation. We've talked over the last several meetings about student performance data in our subpopulations. We talked last time about access data. On reflection, as I looked at that data after the meeting, it occurs to me that we're really talking less in most of that data about access and more about participation rates. Access is really a different question on its face in terms of, do our students have access to those programs? The short answer is we know they do. The question is participation rates, and why are they not participating at the rates we'd like, and what are the barriers that are inhibiting that participation? We also talked at the last meeting about the intersection of ECODIS and minority performance data. Since that meeting, I've taken some time myself to look at the data that we already have, to do some deeper analysis. I find that intersection to be dramatic and consequential in the conclusions we draw about how to solve the problems that persist in LISD. In the data, it is very clear to me, unambiguous to me, that economics is the primary driver of subperformance of our Black and Hispanic populations. That's not to say that race isn't also a factor independent of economics. It may be. But I will tell you that if I, as a Board of Trustees member, have a choice between a plan that solves the economic disadvantage gap versus the race performance gap, and we disaggregate those two things, far and away, the most effective, most valuable path for our Black and Hispanic students is the economic issue. If we can solve that for all of our students, regardless of race, we will help our Black and brown students more than if we simply address race-driven gaps. That's my opinion. I think the data is unambiguous about that. Just a couple of additional final thoughts. We've looked at this data around performance and around participation or access. My question is, will the proposed actions improve student academic outcomes or student participation in those programs? As a trustee, what would be a reasonable expectation for me to have for the impacts of these proposed actions on those objectives, those measures? All of the things I've said aside, I also recognize the importance of symbols. It's not always just about the data. I understand that symbols matter. Symbols can be reason enough to do a number of important things, but I want to make sure that we're being candid and transparent with one another about whether the proposed actions are intended and expected to actually drive the student performance results that we're talking about, or if these are really just foundational symbols with much more work to come to accomplish those performance objectives, or if these are more than symbols. I don't know that I have that answer. I don't know that as a trustee, I know exactly what expectations I should have. And finally, just a very small question. We've talked and we've heard a number of times about an equity audit. I don't see the equity audit in our proposed actions here. I was curious where that particular item sits in our consideration set.
I don't know if are we still in this discussion? I don't want to speak out of turn. Mr. Johnson, I just want to applaud you because you started this conversation with sharing your truth. And that's what we've asked repeatedly for us to learn about each other, was to share our truth. It's not to dilute our truth or adopt someone else's truth. is to share our truth. So when we come to the table with conversations, we can be transparent and we can have more than one perspective. And your perspective is part of the more than one perspective. And so I just want to say thank you. That was courageous. I'm not a Brene Brown reader. I'm sorry, but my IC is working on me. I'm trying. She's worked. Jamie Maples, I love you. Thank you for helping with that. I will say that the other piece is that I made an assumption. My assumption is that everybody has been as steeped in this data for the years that I've been at the campus level, steeped in this data. That's an unfair assumption for me to make because I live and breathe that data. Back in 2008, my master's thesis at Leander High School was on the disproportionate dropout rate for Latino males on that campus. And so I spent hours and hours of research and data collection and focus groups and crunched numbers and talked to people, 72 sources, all the fun. And the action plans that came back, the steps that were put in place surrounded culturally responsive pedagogy. But that answer is my answer because I did that work singularly. So if we get involved and we do the work together, I apologize for making an assumption that everybody was where I was in the history of data of Leander ISD. I've been here 21 years, but that makes me no expert, and I still learn every single day, and I misstep every single day. And your courage again at the beginning of this meeting set the tone, so thank you for that. We just want to work together to come up with the answers you're talking about. We don't want to throw things at the wall and see what sticks. That would be irresponsible to our students and families. And so we just want the opportunity to work together to really get you what you need. And I absolutely nerd out on organizational charts and planning in my spare time. So if you ever need me to sit down and crunch some numbers, I'm happy to do that. But I just really wanted to start with saying thank you for sharing your truth tonight.
And I appreciate it as well, Erin. I think the economic aspect of addressing equity and diversity is very significant. I think that speaks to outcomes, which is where all of this data lives. What are the outcomes? What are our economically disadvantaged and our historically marginalized students? It's all about the achievement gap. To me, that's one aspect of this entire discussion that we're having. You don't need to be rich and you don't need to be poor to understand that when someone tells you you're not white enough, or if you only would get on board with everyone else in the class, that has nothing to do with economy. That has everything to do with a mindset and systemic racism. So that there's more than just the economic impact and the student outcomes. I think we start addressing some of those other issues, how we treat each other as individuals, how we listen to their truths, right? That also has a significant impact on student outcomes. I don't think it's just about economy, but I will absolutely agree with you that the economics play a huge factor in that. I mean, even going so far as attachment dysfunction at pre-K. There is significant data that shows that single parent households have a higher incidence of attachment dysfunction with their pre-K children that sets them on a path of issues throughout their learning, whereas a nuclear family or a two-parent household don't have those attachment dysfunction issues, and those students are more well-adjusted and typically do better throughout their K-12 experience. So there are a number of factors that go into this, and I absolutely think that these recommendations are good first steps. I don't think those are all the answers, but where I get antsy and a little bit frustrated is we're looking for the perfect solution to get started, and we can't look for the perfect solution to get started. I don't want to say let's throw some mud at the wall and see what sticks, but we have got to do something. If we don't get down to the end of the driveway, we don't know what the road looks like. So I really think that these recommendations are a good set of first steps. How do we address the systemic racism that has existed for way too many years? How do we address the economically disadvantaged populations and their limited access to support services. I mean, this is a big issue. And I feel like I'm going back in a circle, but to your point, I think the economic aspects are solid. I don't think that's the only driver of student outcomes for our marginalized communities.
I was just going to echo what Jim was saying. I think socioeconomics definitely does play a role in it, but so does culture and so does experience. And socioeconomics play a role in what they have access to, but we need teachers and staff members and people within the district who understand that culturally relevant teaching is important, that giving teachers training to cultural sensitivity is going to be important. And so all of that does play a role in what is going to help our students succeed. So I think we have to think about that. The other thing Jim said is that he's frustrated that we're having these conversations again and no action's happening. And I think that's the frustrations of the people who are doing this work. It feels like we're kicking the can down the road again, and we're ready. Like, there are tons and tons of people within this district who are ready to do this work and want to feel like they have the backing of personnel and board and everybody so that we can continue to do this work. This matters. We talk about like what students bring to the table. I learned a word a couple of months ago, a student's storyintation. Like, all of that plays a role in how they access what we put in front of them and what things help them succeed. And so I have 2 students in this district, and their experience matter, and they've definitely experienced racism here. And as a professional in this district, I want to feel like I matter, and the things that are within me culturally are understood and well received, and understand that my culture plays a role in how I handle students and how I build relationship with my communities. And so I think all of that is what we're asking for, is that there's an understanding that we can't keep talking about theory. We can't just keep talking about the data, because when we talk about those percentages, that 1% is a lot of kids. It's not just 1 or 2. And as far as I'm concerned, I think Christine said it, I don't think losing 1 or 2 is acceptable. Our goal in this work is to make sure that we capture all of the needs of all of our students, and we're willing to do the work.
I really appreciate, again, all the time and discussions that you brought to us tonight. As I'm looking over, 2 things come to mind. One is that when I go look at reports and studies on how do we do good governance, right? What are things you can do as board members? The results sometimes are the way the measurement they put to that is to the STAR score, or to whatever state, testing was done. And then if those academics improved, then you can say, oh, well, they did this well. It's a bit frustrating, I think, if that's going to be the main way, because we don't have that access right now, right? We're not going to have that. So I do want to think about how we really are going to measure. That's not for right now's tonight's discussion, but I do want to know how we want to measure. How do we want to measure learning? We're going to have that discussion even about learning with our graduate profile tonight, but I think that's something to be thinking of. If I heard you correct, this isn't the plan, because I think when we get like you said, a plan, we're going to find out what will this position do, and there's a lot of things, from what I understand, that'll have a lot more baked into it, explained, kind of what are we solving, those basic things I think that Trustee Johnson was talking about come later. It sounds like tonight is just support to say, looks great, keep going, and bring it back. And I thank y'all. I keep going. Want to see it when you come back, and thank you for the updates.
So thank you. I think there's one thing as we get ready to, as we close up today's session, but what I really want to say is, Mr. Johnson, I appreciate you kind of pausing and saying, I want, see me and see who I am, and kind of getting an ability to know you, because today I was watching another session, and it was really about leadership, and one of the big pieces of leadership was empathy, and the idea of empathy of I see you, and we all have to see each other. Sorry. So I want to say thank you for asking me to see you, because I do need to do that, and in return ask you to see me as a Latina employee in your district. And I ask that we work together to see each and every one of our children in those classrooms, because who they are, both their skin color, their cultural background, all of that is a piece of who they are. And so I ask, as we all move along, can we all just see each other for who we are and work with the system to improve our district for all of these students? And I think that that's going to be important. And when we think about the plan and the details and looking at all of what we need to do at purposeful change, I think that sets up why we need this Office of Equity, because it will be a lot of work. We do need to get it detailed like this. We do want to be able to measure our, how we're growing and what we're able to do, both in numbers and both in the culture piece as well in our schools and in our district. And in order to do that, we need people who can dedicate the time to be able to make that happen. So thank you.
Krista, thank you so much. I appreciate you. I just wanted to make sure, because I'm a little confused here. So does this committee have our approval, I guess that's the correct thing, or our blessing to move forward on this?
Right. So we're not voting.
Right.
But as far as I understand, the consensus of the board is move forward, go work, and we'll look forward to the updates and next steps.
Okay, just making sure. Thank you.
Before they leave, I want to make sure, Alexis, did you want to add to that? I saw you go for your mic, and then I went for my mic and someone else, and we were all pulling back on the mic.
So my notes kind of tie into this other piece, but it's related, so I was going to wait for when we talk about graduate profile and tie in some pieces here. But thank you.
So just making sure, because I just want to double check, because I want to see this go forward. We can expect this committee to come back with the recommendations that they've on here. Is that correct? So when we do meet or get an update again, as a board of trustee, I am expecting for this amazing committee to come back with dates for listening sessions, a board policy in regards to equity, but most importantly, I'm really curious in the Office of Equity in Leander ISD. I want to ensure that that is getting, because I'm thinking about special education. The admin brought forth the COPIA report. There was no discussion. I was at the board meeting, but I want to just ensure that we're going to give this committee the same respect that we did to a previous committee, because all the data wasn't there, but we were able to work at the same time. So I just want to make sure that this is going forward, because I love what I see, but I don't want to sit here and keep talking about it. I want to just make sure that we see some steps happen here within the next, not going to put pressure on you, 1 to 2 months. That's how passionate I want to see it. And I know you guys are ready. So I just want to make sure that this is what our board, what we're telling them to, because I'm kind of confused as well. So I just want to make sure we're making a very clear statement here.
Well, and I think we also need to make sure we understand too what administration is telling us as well. Let's make sure we're all on the same page so we don't leave out tonight going, wait, we're going to hire a new, if that went out, that does not sound like what administration is telling us. So, Krista, you mentioned you need some type of plan that we're going to coordinate with you on to talk about what this position actually looks like. It sounds like there's more next steps. Can administration, you tell us what your next steps are? So we're not assuming, and then support, but tell us what it looks like then. What are we going to see next?
So what we can do is we can go live with our website tomorrow. In a board memo, we can get you the dates for those listening sessions that we would like to have and be ready to roll out with those listening sessions in the month of February. So we can definitely do those for our collaboration with our community and make that happen. So we can draw something up tonight and make sure you have it in your Friday memo tomorrow with those dates. In addition, what we can do is, I know that the team has been working on some job descriptions. So if you would like, we could provide you with some of those to look at as well, if not maybe in next week's memo, just so you have an idea of what all these jobs may entail. And then we'll continue the communication on those pieces of what are those next steps so that the board will know when they want to bring something for approval to move forward with some of the next steps.
Madam President, I think it's also important that when we talk about the plan, that plan is really developed with our equity officer. It is that first employee who's working with all this team to develop the plan. And so I just wanted to make sure that, I'm not saying that this is saying go hire that person, but it is that step of let's look at a job description. But when we say bring us back the full plan, that full plan is really something that's what an equity officer is going to collaborate with this team, with the administration, with us, and bring back, here's the plan for the equity office. Here's how we're going to measure. This is what we're going to do.
This
And
reminds me of the night when we were talking about adopting goals, objectives, what's the vision, where's the goal, and the vocabulary got kind of
Right.
muddled.
Okay.
So I think that's good clarification. I also, Krista, want to go back, though. One of the things we talked about is, where we're drawing down federal funds. And you said, well, that depends on what we want that office to do. You'll have to do a plan. I'm not sure whatever that word was, but whatever that one is, whatever next steps, let's move forward.
We'll provide you with some of those options, as well as if we're using the federal funds, what that entails for that particular job description. And then if we want to go above and beyond that, what that would entail.
I do want to add one thing that I know in our policy committee talked a lot about where race and eco-dis and where that intersectionality is. And because it is a common discussion that comes up. And it was interesting, it came up last week, and a previous employee who is not longer with the district but helped create this committee with Wendell said, hey, go look at page blah, blah, blah in your Courageous Conversation book. And it's all about where eco-disc in your brown and black students. And you can remove economics and you're still black. You remove economics and you're still brown and you're still in that category. And so I just want to make sure that, yes, this office and that plan would address those things, but at the end of the day, it is, as Jim mentioned, he said it comes down to the word that a lot of times we're like, oh, do we want to say it? And Jim said it. It's systemic racism. It's systemic racism. And so what's the problem that what are we addressing? We're addressing systemic racism. What are the factors? What are the things that we need to look at in there? We need to talk about privilege. We need to talk about deficit thinking, and it's all those things. So I thank y'all so much, all of y'all, because it is, thank you, Terry, for helping me with a lot of this, of helping us get to this place. Everyone being so vulnerable, because this is hard. And I realize that a lot of y'all are employees and you're sitting in front of your superintendent and the board of trustees and having a really, really tough Christine's like, it's not cold in here at all. I don't know what y'all are talking about. I'm like sweating through my clothes. So thank you. We see you. Thank you.
So real quick, and I don't want to beleaguer the point, but could we pull up slide number 12?
Which one is that? I'm going to...
Action, right there.
This one?
Right there. With the exception of some wording that you would have to change, I'd like to go through this one by one, again, to make sure that we're all on the same page with what the expectations are for moving forward. First action step is host listening sessions in spring of 2021. What I'm hearing from this board is that we're all in agreement that we should move forward with a plan to have and host listening sessions in 2021.
We support the committee doing that. We're not going to host it.
Exactly. Yeah, yes. The next one is support the development of an equity and diversity webpage and section in district newsletters. I think that we've heard that there is broad support for them to move on with that good work. Third one, Board of Trustees attend training during spring of 2021. I believe there was broad consensus that, yeah, that's something we need to do. And again, I would love to have that televised where everybody could, and I know it's recorded, but I want to have it. I want live stream that they can, anybody that wants to hone in on that training with us, the more the merrier.
Jim, just a second, because you're going fast there. Spring 2021 is what we're targeting. They don't have the trainer identified yet, so they've got to identify that they can do it and do it.
I very much appreciate that,
Oh,
Madam
you support
President.
it, you like
what
it,
I'm
you do
saying
it,
is we
okay.
support them
Go for it.
Moving forward
Got
with
it.
that work.
Okay, cool.
The next one
Sorry.
is support the implementation of professional learning for equity, diversity, and inclusion at all levels of the organization. I think what we've heard is there's broad support for the committee to continue to do that good work. Task administration to develop a framework and draft equity policy. That's a big one. And again, I think that I have heard that there's broad support from this board to say to the committee, please bring us back something that looks like the beginning of a draft policy that we can have further discussions and get to a place where eventually we can approve this, eventually being sooner than later. The next one, fund an Office of Equity in Leander ISD. You can't do that without us saying, yes, you can spend our money. I get that. So that one, we're going to continue to look at what that looks like and get job descriptions and get that research. And so what I'm hearing is, let's move forward and do that. And then the last one, approve personnel to staff the Office of Equity. That kind of ties into the last one. You are going to do good work in providing us what this would look like with the job descriptions, responsibilities, and roles. I think page 12 covers it. So I just want, I'll be quiet now.
So Gloria, I want to just, not your last point, but the point before when we were talking about the equity officer goes and makes the plan and does the detailed work, and I totally agree with that. I think either in our training session or whatever shared learning, I think we need to have conversations about our goals as a board, because I think that's Aaron's concern. I'm interpolating, but I think our goals need to set up the vision of that office, right? And then they can go do that work. But
yeah, I mean, we've already, yes, we've said that,
Yeah.
and they've tied that position to what that vision is that we've already set.
Yeah.
So I think that what I'm saying is, yes, I think that this position is already really tied to our vision. Of course, that plan would be a plan that would be a collaborative plan that would be included with this, hopefully this committee, with administration, and with this board. So it would be the equity officer or the equity office working in collaboration with all of those things. Absolutely. That's critical for any success to happen, is it's got to be a collaborative process in our district.
Alexis, I want to make sure I understand, though, what you're asking, and I think it might help administration. If you already know this, don't worry. It's just for me. You're saying when we do our training, incorporated into that training, you want to make sure we all talk about on the same page. What are our goals? What do we see as goals for equity and diversity as well?
Right. I want to set us up for success here, and so I want us to be sure that we're seeking the same results, I guess. That we're on the same path. We're not expecting two very different outcomes.
And then for the policy information, when that gets drafted, I'm guessing that'll go to our policy committee to review before it comes back to the board. Is that what happens with y'all?
Yes, we can work closely with that policy committee, so we can create our a committee here that this team that's sitting right next to me can help work with to draft that policy, and then we can send it to the policy committee as well if you'd like, and then we can bring it back to you.
I was just going to clarify, since Alexis, I didn't want her to feel like she had to speak for me, but yes, one of my concerns is order of operations, where we talk about a change management plan. You don't usually identify your plan of change, your action steps, before you even state what the problem is. If you do it that way, you often solve the wrong problem or don't solve anything at all. I'm not suggesting that we're doomed to failure necessarily or anything like that. I'm just saying we have an order of operations, a sequence problem, if we really want to follow this pattern. But I don't know that I sense buy-in on the pattern itself, so I'm not terribly concerned about that. I mean, if we really wanted to follow that process, then yeah, the problem statements should be coming quickly. And frankly, the work that's already been done, I imagine the folks who participated could write those problem statements, relatively quickly. And I think that would help our process. But if there's not a commitment to do that, it's not my process to drive. I'm just advising as a trustee on what I think could make it more effective.
I see head nods on that. They already do have problem statements. So, please put those on in our Friday memo as well. Wow, how was that, y'all? It's not even midnight. What are you doing?
Can someone just clarify publicly to Mr. Simpson that I'm still the principal of Rouse?
Yeah.
Was there a side bet? Oh.
We do have new members who've joined our committee as well who are in the audience, and so we would just like to thank and welcome them as well because we appreciate their work, and we know we're going to be excited to be working with them and collaborating with them as we continue.
Madam President, can we take a break?
Sure, we can take
5 minutes every 3 hours.
5 minutes. All right, let's get back because we've got an academic calendar. All right. We've got the academic calendar up next. Are we getting ready? Academic calendar is up next on our agenda. All right. Matt?
Yes, ma'am.
Matt Bentz is up with our 2021, 2022, and 2022, 2023 academic calendar presentation. We had this presentation last week. Tonight is our vote. I'm sure you don't have any questions. Is there a motion? Just want to see if you're listening. All right, Matt, go ahead.
Madam President, members of the board, first of all, I would just like to thank you for the break in between agenda items because that is a very hard act to follow, and I just want to express my admiration and appreciation for the work of that committee, and in my role as Chief Academic Officer, also my full and unequivocal support for the work and the recommendations that they presented tonight. So, academic calendar. So tonight, what I'm going to just go through with you is review the two calendar scenarios, recap the survey results, talk a little bit about why it would be a benefit to consider continuing early release, and then we can discuss the administration's recommendation for moving forward. I've put the timeline in there for you just to kind of remind and review the different layers of the process for gathering stakeholder input that resulted in these two calendar scenarios being on the table for consideration: the standard calendar with early releases and the standard calendar with 2 additional student and staff days off. I just realized you guys don't have the TV up here anymore. That makes it tricky. I put those in the presentation for people to consult as they need to. So we went through this yesterday. I mean, yesterday, it feels like just yesterday. During the last presentation, there are 2 different ways to crunch the data, really 2 main ways that we looked at it. One of the ways was the weighted scores. So with the weighted scores, what you're doing is taking into consideration not only a person's first choice or the calendar they ranked first, but also the number 2 rankings and the number 3 rankings, and using a formula giving the number 1 rankings 3 points, the number 2 rankings 2 points. Sorry, this would be 2. And the whatever is ranked third gets a point. And when you look at the community survey data using that weighted score, we look at 2 subgroups: staff versus community. So staff is is teachers. It is also principals, campus leaders and other staff members, versus the community, which is parents and students and members of the community who don't fit either of those two categories who participated in the survey. When we look at the result, the weighted scores by subgroup, you do see that 2 days off, the standard calendar with 2 additional days off for students and staff does have a higher weighted score with both the staff and the community. Now, the other way to look at it is to look at which calendar scenario received the most rankings of number one, which one had the most people select it as their first choice for a calendar. And again, when we look at that data broken up by staff and community into those two subgroups, see that the staff, we've already talked about 2 weeks ago, was substantively in favor of the early release at a rank over 2 to 1, and that when you look at the community, the parents, the students, and additional community members, that it is quite a narrow margin, but that early release did receive slightly higher, slightly more votes as people's number one choice for a calendar. So what I want to talk to you about tonight is why would we want to continue early release? I've received some Let's Talks on this and spoken to different people about why an early release would benefit us moving forward beyond the pandemic. So when we look at that first bullet, teacher planning and collaboration, the truth is that our district has prioritized this and budgeted for this for many years, going back to way before I came to the district. And I know that early release will do this more efficiently and effectively. So here's what I'm talking about. Each year, we allocate funds for substitute teachers for each campus to utilize so that their teachers can get substitutes so that they can meet in their grade level teams and collaborate, as well as receive trainings that are needed. What we are doing here, so each year it comes out to anywhere from $250,000 to $300,000 that are allocated specifically for subs so that teachers can get together during the professional workday to meet, to plan, and collaborate. That also equals, it's about $100 a day, give or take, for a sub. You're talking about up to 250 or 2,500 to 3,000 days, instructional days, in which classroom teachers are not in the classroom. They are doing needed planning and needed collaboration and needed training. And why? Because we do not have it built into our structure for this to happen on a consistent basis. Why do we need it on a consistent basis? Professional learning. This next year, we are faced with a requirement by TEA in the state to ensure that all of our kindergarten, first, second, and third grade teachers, every single one of them, and their principals, complete 60 hours of professional learning and training around reading. Now, it is valuable training. We have had some of our people at the district office attend the Region 13 training in order to get prepared for this and to see what is going to be taught. It's valuable training. I do believe wholeheartedly that it will impact our performance with our earliest learners. It'll impact our goals that we've set with House Bill 3 around reading at grade level by third grade. But it is 60 hours. That translates to 7.5 8-hour days. That pretty much takes just about all of the professional learning days. We have 11 days total for the year, and that includes beginning of year days, the pre-service days when People are getting other required trainings besides reading, and time for campus leaders and to meet with their teachers and go through procedural pieces and things like that. So really, it'll take just about every minute of our remaining time to complete the Reading Academy if we do not make an adjustment to our calendar. And what that means is all of our kindergarten, first, second, and third grade teachers will not have time built into the professional workday to get any other additional training or professional learning around mathematics, around social studies, around science, or around deeper learning. We've been talking about deeper learning for a couple of years and talking about developing more meaningful, relevant, personal experiences for our students. That's going to be transformational for our district, and a transformation of that magnitude is going to take time. There is no substitute for creating time for that mindset shift to occur, for that professional learning to occur. That is not just a day or two of training. We want that work to happen. Our families, it was talked about in the equity presentation earlier. During our community conversations, our families want deeper learning and relevant, meaningful experiences. And this definitely intersects with the equity discussions as well. We need time for that, and also really expanding our gifted and advanced program training so that these same teachers, in our system can develop and utilize expertise to create these gifted GT level experiences for students all throughout the day, for all students, and not just when they get pulled out into a small group for a finite number of minutes. That's also part of our equity and access issue, and that definitely is an access issue that we've been wanting to address. So the administration is recommending the standard calendar with early releases. There are some caveats. I have continued to receive feedback throughout this process, and there is some feedback and input that Wednesday may not be the right day. We selected Wednesday and felt that Wednesday may be the best day. There were some thoughts that students, if we made it on another day, for instance, Friday, that students may not show up for the morning, or parents may decide that it would be more convenient to keep their students at home for the entire day. We do not have data to support that, so I'm not sure if that is really a concern or not. Also, we know that if we are going to build a calendar for next year that includes early releases, whatever day it's on, we need to, and we are developing a plan to increase support for our families that have need, so that we can ensure that we are providing access for them to childcare, to supervision, by leveraging partnerships with our local organizations, and also by looking at staff we would currently have on campus that we would create supervisory opportunities for our families. So we are developing that plan as well. So that's basically a recap of last week and our administrative recommendation, and this is just the beginning as we head into discussion, and I open it up for questions and comments and anything else.
Well, thanks, Matt. I'll transition for you because I was the person who probably spoke the loudest about Wednesdays not being the favorite day for if you want parent support, and so I think Friday is a great alternative for that. I also had concerns about it not being consistent, and so I don't know how we solve for that and if we can have that conversation, but I think it has to be an every Friday investment. And I think when we talked about inputs and really impacting change, this is a drastic change, but it's an input into our system of commitment of time, energy, and resource, right, for a different chart to come to us, right, later. And so I think that's part of the conversation. And I think the other piece of the conversation that I brought up to you, Matt, that we talked about was the consistency of it being every Friday in order to just have that as a reoccurring event. You know, it's happening that week. It's all the same. And also, way childcare providers and their input to me was, you know, it's much easier to hire for a permanent position when you know it's every week and reoccurring.
So I did, in anticipation of you speaking on the matter, Alexis, I did create a draft of what Fridays would look like. And I also, as per our conversation and conversations I've had with others, frankly, that need for consistency, have looked at where some of our full days that are on Mondays could be moved to Fridays. And so that almost all of them, with the exception of, for instance, I think Labor Day, which I don't have control over, happening on a Monday, and also the first day back from our winter break, that being a Monday as well, that we could look at a more consistent Friday thing. So I'm going to give this to Donna.
Thank you.
Can I go? So I have a question. Without this early release schedule, how will we achieve these professional learning and training? Does that look like us teachers missing more class time, teachers doing training on the weekend, or are we going to have to find admin to cover those classes? What about subs? What does this look like without this early release?
So we will struggle along the best that we can. I can tell you we will be prioritizing, and the priority will be the state mandate and requirement for the Reading Academy, and that in itself will take up all of our time. So we will work, you know, we're still doing the work and engaged at the district level and with some of our campus leaders on the deeper learning piece and building capacity with our early innovators and doing some things there, but really making a meaningful shift as a system and building capacity with our 3,000 teachers when 1,300 of them are not going to be available would be an interesting conundrum to solve, as well as trying to look at the impacting inclusion with some of our gifted opportunities and things, and getting GT strategies into the general education classroom. That would slow down compared to what we're hoping to accomplish as well.
I have one question, one concern, one area of interest beyond what's been discussed already. And Jim and Trish in particular, I think, will recall that over the last several years, we worked hard to add instructional minutes to our calendar with the explicit purpose behind that being more instructional time gives us more opportunity to help our students progress, and they're going to perform better. I'm concerned that both of these options, at least as I've seen it so far, don't really address that change in direction or change in philosophy or something that I feel a little whiplash in the change that we just accomplished, and now we're reversing that without explaining why that's okay. I understand that there are some competing interests in terms of the TEA training requirements and all of that, but I'm a little puzzled that we're not more interested in maintaining those instructional minutes that we worked pretty hard to build into our plan.
Completely understand where you're coming from, and I guess the first thing I would say is, as we look to balance and establish our priorities, that I didn't believe, and the people I worked with on the calendar didn't believe, that there was necessarily an appetite for adding additional days onto the calendar. There was a scenario for that. It did not make it out of committee, so to speak, to maintain or even increase the number of minutes. At the same time, what we want to accomplish as a district is to increase the quality of the minutes that we do provide, increase the quality of instruction and what that looks like. And deeper learning does does represent a significant departure from the traditional look and feel and delivery of instruction, and that will require some time to invest. But once we do, the minutes that we do have in the calendar will be much better used. And like I'm saying, we will be drastically reducing the number of time those minutes that teachers are, that we understand there's a need for teachers to pull out from the classroom and have a substitute, which I value our substitutes, particularly in this time, this year, but there is no substitute for that, the teacher, the homeroom teacher being in the classroom with their kids. There's a lot of work that we've all been talking about that we want to do. What you've laid out in the core beliefs is aggressive and courageous, and we are completely in favor of it. And I believe in that this is how we invest some of our time to get us there. Does this need to be permanent? Not necessarily. I do know that we need it desperately in order to complete the 60 hours for the Reading Academy, and at the same time address and make an impact on any of the other improvements or directives or challenges that you are giving to us as a teaching and learning team. And that, not even to mention the equity training that we've talked about just a minute ago, and when and how that would occur.
Matt, does this meet our minute requirement, by the way?
Yes, ma'am.
Of course it does. And by how much? I mean,
we still have an additional day of minutes to give. More than a day. It's pretty close for seniors because you know how their end of the year schedule is a little bit different. But yes, we still have wiggle room within that schedule.
And board members, I'm kind of open to hearing more thoughts of what you're thinking. I like this calendar right now, though. At first glance, I like this calendar that you've laid out. I think what you've done is laid out an aggressive suggestion on how we want to look at teaching and learning. I do, right now where my thoughts are is that hopefully we will be in recovery from COVID, and the more we can put in professional development and put into these teachers, I think that makes it for a better outcome for our students. I also agree that this right now for me, this looks good for 1 year, but I also like the idea for the 2022 and 2023 to have those Fridays as full days. And we can always come back and visit if we think we have data or information that says why we need it. But that's kind of where I'm sitting right now.
And I think that makes perfect sense.
You said Fridays as full days. Can you clarify for me?
On the 2022 and 2023 calendar. In the second year. To not do the half days for the second year yet until we know what we actually do need at that time.
And I just want to make sure I understand what I think I hear being proposed is to just seek or to approve or to talk about an approval of the next year's calendar, but not make any commitments about doing any early releases for the 2022-2023 calendar.
Matt, why did we do ranked scores?
Why did we do ranked scores? We wanted to just, we wanted to take different slices and different looks at the data, and I wanted to provide that to you so that you could use that to take it into consideration right from the beginning. And it is honestly very liberating. We decided, in the end, we're going to have to do a recommendation, and we'll look at all the data we can to inform that recommendation. But whatever the community decides, or whatever the board decides in the end, we will be fine with, and we'll work to figure it out. And so, but in that vein, we were shooting for transparency and shooting for giving you the information, giving DWIC the information that they needed to make some recommendations on what they interpreted the respondents were saying, and taking that into consideration.
So the weighted score is to me, a little bit more data rich, a little bit more robust. And when you look at the weighted score, it paints a pretty significant outcome toward having the 2 days off. But if you just look at what was the number one vote getter, then by a much narrower margin, it is with the having the half days. I'm asking that because with just about everything we do, some people are going to be really happy with a decision, and some people are going to be really unhappy with a decision. And I just need to be able to, because the community is going to look at this and they're going to ask questions. Well, if you had such an overwhelming weighted score, which is generally a richer data set, why did we opt for the single data point of what was the number one vote getter? In terms of supporting the teachers and the staff, obviously, whatever we can do to make the teachers and the staff more efficient, more effective, and reduce some of that stress, I'm absolutely behind that. But I was just curious because, I'm gonna have to answer questions on that, and I just wanted to get a feel for that.
I want to add to something Trish said. I don't feel good about. Normally, I'd say yes, 2 years. This is so different that I can't go 2 years on this one, because what if halfway through or a month into next year, we're like, we can't do this. This is not working. So I do like that option. When we talk about Fridays, and you said, well, we don't have any data to show that will happen. We also don't have any data to show it won't happen. Have we looked at data on when we did early release days at end of semester and stuff like that at the high school level? And I only ask that because I remember going and picking up my kid and the parking lot being completely empty, and my kid saying, yes, nobody came today. Why did you make me come? I was the only person at school. And I would say, well, unless you want to pay for your amount of money. And so I am concerned about that, because I do think that Fridays, 3-day weekend, I'm out of here. So I do worry about that. I also worry about, we surveyed, we looked at this information. We want to be transparent with the community, with DWIC. When we did the survey and we talked to DWIC, did we talk about Fridays or did we talk about Wednesday?
So we actually talked about both, because that's what bubbled up from some of the listening sessions and from DWIC. And first, just to address Jim's comments, I would say that because the data was close, I came to you with a recommendation that is in support of what I believe, as the Chief Academic Officer, we need to move the system forward and to complete the TEA requirements. If it would not have been close, and it would have been, a very conclusive data set for the standard calendar with no changes, or whichever the scenarios, that would have been my recommendation. But with it being so close, there have been several moments in the last 2 weeks when I wish it wouldn't have been close, regardless of which calendar it was, because this would just be a much easier conversation. But since it is close, I felt like I had to bring forward a recommendation that I thought made the most sense for us. We have looked at some of the data for Fridays before a holiday, and some of the conversation has been about whether or not we can extrapolate from a holiday Friday to a multiple Fridays. But yes, that's where I think that is where the concern springs from. And this is a conversation that I've had in other districts as well, even when it's not an early release Friday. The idea of whether, as a principal, and I was a high school principal for 5 years, you are always getting requests to pull their kid out early to travel during a holiday and things like that, and whether to develop a policy for that. And then there's the people that don't ask, and then they just do it. but there's always people getting a head start on a vacation, and I don't know that we can use that data and to say that we're going to have that issue on Fridays throughout the year. I do think there are structures that we can put in place and some suggestions and recommendations that some of you have brought forward about how to develop and help people to adhere to an expectation that they bring their students to school on Friday, and that important things are happening on Friday, because it's not a half day, right, really, right? It's 90 minutes. It's not 2 hours either, just to remind people that this year it's been a full 2 hours, and thank you so much for approving that for our teachers and our staff, and that they are putting that to good use this year. Next year, the 2 hours is not, our minutes do not support that. They do support the 90 minutes. With the Fridays, it did actually reduce the number of early releases by 1, just as an aside. And that actually, I haven't recalculated the minutes, so we actually have an additional 90 minutes, which gives us probably, I think, like almost a day and a half of additional minutes that built into the schedule for most of the grade levels.
Thank you, Matt. And if the board ends up going in this direction, one thing I didn't say, I'd be remiss if I didn't. I'm not asking for a lot of extra work in it, but I would like an accountability of, we did use it for this, this, and this. Like this is what it was used for.
Yes, ma'am. And we are required to complete the TEA training. Once it is started by a teacher, it is a requirement to complete it within the year. So I promise you that will get done, and it's going to be a pretty big endeavor, but we're gonna rock it. Sorry, I think I cut off.
No, that's okay.
One of our.
Sorry. Okay. One other thing I have a really hard time with I have a hard time thinking about this until we have addressed what are we going to do with students that don't, for those 90 minutes, cannot do an after-school enrichment. They cannot afford additional daycare, and I get that it's reduced costs and all of those things. And so I really I'd love to hear about maybe it's a study hall for grade level or subjects or something. I get that we don't want to pull our teachers out of exactly what we're trying to do to have them in there, but is there some opportunity? And I know, I thought our IAs, but they need to be a part of all this training too. They need to be meeting with their learning community, but maybe some type of rotation. I just think we would be doing a disservice to our students who do not have someplace to go during that time. One other thing, and then I'll stop. Have we considered some version of a hybrid of these two, where it's Fridays or it's Wednesdays, whatever, and it's one additional day off, and it's the first Friday or the last Friday or something. I know that you're going to tell me it's inconsistent. It's inconsistent right now. It's already inconsistent. I think we can say consistently every second Friday or consistently, and it's on the schedule. It would be easier for me to ease into something like that. So those are all the things I'm thinking about. I know that was a lot, and so go for it.
Okay, I'm going for it. So, first of all, there'll necessarily be a give and take on the first couple of things that you brought up. First of all, we will not be able, and I'm going to say it publicly tonight, will not be able to provide after-school supervision and care for every single student on the campus, because if we do that, that'd be school, and we'll keep our teachers in there, and we'd have to utilize our teachers. Now, I also agree with you. I do agree with you also when you talked about our instructional assistants and some of our other support staff that some of them would greatly benefit by being involved, and they have benefited by being involved with collaboration with the teachers, with the planning. But there will be some give and take if we are to make sure that time is set aside for teacher training and professional learning, that if we are to create, and we will create a plan for identifying people in need and then providing that after-school opportunity for supervision, for extended learning, that it would involve some of our other staff. It will necessarily involve some of our other staff, and that there are still some additional opportunities to explore about, that the Y has been offering the 1 day a week opportunities, but there are other local organizations that we can continue to explore partnerships with. I don't want to get them all excited if we're not going to have the calendar. So we're at the point where, hey, as soon as everything's kind of like after tonight, well, no, after tonight, it's been like the beginning of almost every sentence for like the last week when we're looking at how we're getting ready, we're gearing up to be prepared to shoot, to start with the reading academies, and this will impact it greatly. Which plan we go with, for instance. Dr. Gearing, looks like you're dying to say something.
I'm waiting for you to finish, Matt. So Gloria, I just want to remind you, as you worked on the Equity and Diversity Committee, you know that a lot of work happened behind the scenes, and even though they brought a report to the board tonight, you know that there's so many conversations that happened and decisions that got made about what would eventually end up here. So please understand that what's ending up here is just a fraction of the conversation that's happened behind the scenes, and so I hesitate to try to bring changes to the recommendations at this level, because they've had those conversations already, and they've already brought that recommendation to the board. So I just to really consider that those things have happened already, and those decisions have been made. I will go so far as to say that I know Matt has been very gracious in putting a Friday option in front of you, but in my experience, Fridays don't work well for kids being off at school, but they also don't work well for productive professional learning for teachers. And I cannot provide data for you to tell you that, except to tell you that in my experience, I've been in those meetings as a teacher, I've been in those meetings as a principal, I've been in those meetings as a central office administrator leading, and I've watched them as a superintendent. And my experience has told me the same thing every time, that when you try to do those things on a Friday afternoon, they just don't go the same. And so that's part of the reason that we're bringing you a Wednesday early release. The other thing I'll point out is that a lot of this time, and unfortunately not necessarily next year, because some of this time will be taken up by that 60 hours, although some of our full day professional days will work towards those 60 hours as well. The key benefit that we get out of these early releases is the teacher collaboration piece. And the time that they need that's uninterrupted by their principal or by anybody else, where they have time to really collaborate together on getting where the minutes that we do have are high quality for our kids. And that's what we're really working hard towards. And so as your superintendent, I'm going to bring you a very strong recommendation now and ask you to please approve the calendar as presented with its Wednesday early releases, as Matt presented the first time.
So I have a follow-up, I guess. I've done a little math to try and work out the relative impact of the 2-day versus the 25 early release dates. I think it's 25, or maybe it's 26. It's 25 on the Friday calendar. That's where I counted. Close enough for the estimations I'm doing, right? The 2 days are about 14 hours or so, a little less than 14 hours, I think, in a day, or 7 hours in a day, so about 14 hours. The early release days accumulate to about 5.5 or 6 days of instruction. That feels like a lot to me. I'm concerned about instructional time, like I mentioned in my earlier question. I understand the need for teacher development. I'm trying to balance that. In my estimation, adding 2 more days certainly would help us to do that. I think the current Wednesday schedule, if we're going to do early release, is better than Friday, to Dr. Gearing's point. I think that's more productive for our staff. I think I think the Wednesdays, however, are very disruptive for our families. And based on the weighted feedback, I would agree with that result in the feedback, and I would recommend the 2-day.
So just to clarify, in full disclosure, relative to your calculations, the 2 days do not take away minutes at all from the current calendar, the standard calendar that was developed and then adjusted with the new bell schedules. All of those minutes are preserved. And if you look at the calendar, instead of starting school on a Thursday, the way we got the 2 additional days off for students and staff was to start school a day earlier and end school a day later. So we are currently ending on Thursday. We got it all the way back, not just to before Memorial Day, but we got it to a Thursday. With the additional 2 days off, we ended on a Friday, and again, like I said, started school a day earlier. We had a scenario where we built, instead of early releases, because this seems like a logical option at first blush, to build in additional full days of professional learning. And I like that idea. We liked that idea and thought, like I said, at first blush, it seems like you could do some of that with just extending the calendar. But what you're doing when you do that, if you're just giving kids, so kids would just have another day, 2 days off, and you would be extending the calendar. But what you are doing in that situation is you are adding 2 days onto the teacher contract, which would cost, when you calculate that out, it costs, that's a significant budget increase. And I don't know if that would ever be palatable, but I figured this year in particular, we didn't think that was a feasible option for our teachers, and I did not think now would be appropriate time either to bring a calendar with 2 additional contract days and try to put our teachers in a position where we're asking them to work at 2 additional days without any additional compensation.
I appreciate the correction on the 2-day impact. Thank you. If anything, I think that strengthens my opinion, but I appreciate
well, just leaving it as is would have helped me out a little bit, but anything that
Thank you.
All right, so we've heard a standard calendar with an early release on Wednesday. We've heard about a standard calendar with an early release on Friday. We've heard support for standard calendar with 2 additional student and staff days off, and we've heard support for a possible standard calendar with maybe some hybrid of early release and staff days. So those are 4 different options. At some point, we're going to have to move forward. Somebody's going to have to make a motion. We're going to have to vote through it and kind of see where we go. I know y'all don't want to stay here all night. I know this is really good decision making that we're doing in deliberation, and I don't want to rush the discussion, but I want to know, does somebody want to make a motion and us go from there? Or out of those 4 options, does anybody say, never mind, now that I think about it, I want to take that one off the table? Or I want to add another one. Oh my.
Dr. Bentz, I know I asked you about a hybrid version, and you did send me like a draft of kind of what that would look like. Can you talk to that a little bit of your thoughts on that?
Yes, you read my mind. I was just getting ready to apologize for not bringing copies of that one, because that was a little bit earlier on, and I did develop a draft with those ideas in mind as well, and it was more of an every other day. So there wasn't, so it trimmed the early releases from around 25 to down to like 14 or 15, and which I think makes sense from an instructional minutes standpoint, but where I shared it with some of our different groups in teaching and learning, and we looked at it, it really does create a routine, a lack of a routine that I think would be hard for people who aren't thinking about it every day like me to keep track of for their child, along with the rest of other important things that are going on in their lives. But it was doable, and I apologize. I should have brought copies of that as well so that we could properly vet it and consider it.
Board members, if your heart isn't too set on it, what I would like you to consider is maybe somebody making a motion and see if it gets a second, and then at least we have a discussion on a direction of where to go. You can wait a little bit and deliberate a little bit longer, but at some point I want to start pushing us towards just a direction even in our discussion. Again, we can discuss this as long as we need to. This is very important decision-making. I just want to make sure we start getting some direction.
All right, well, you're the chief academic officer. You're the guy that has the experience. You're the one that's responsible for all things academic, the calendar. I'm a board of trustee member. At some point, I have to separate staying in my lane and letting you do the good work, and I have to trust that the work that you're presenting to us represents what's in the best interest of the district. I caveat that with my earlier comment, and I certainly did not mean to put you on the spot. I just need to know what the thought process was behind that, so if or when I get contacted by community members, I can speak intelligently to it. To Tricia's earlier point, because this is a departure from where we've been, I'm less comfortable with approving the 22-23 school year calendar. And to Aaron's point, and I'm in agreement, we have worked long and hard on adding instructional minutes. This seems like we're going the wrong way. But then I go back to you're the chief academic officer. Not only that, you have a superintendent that we've put our faith in that says, I strongly recommend that you approve this. That being said, I'm going to make a modified motion from what's presented here, and I move that the board approve the standard calendar with early release days for the 2021-2022 school year.
I second.
You have to clarify that. So,
I'm taking off the 22-23.
Yeah, no, you still have to clarify.
Ah,
Early release on Wednesday or early
Wednesday.
release
Yeah,
on
let
Friday?
me redo that. I move that I withdraw my motion. I make a new motion. I move that the board approve the standard calendar with early release days of Wednesday for the 2021-2022 school year.
I second.
I have a motion from Jim, a second from Anna, and now we're open for discussion. So we have a direction at least for the discussion.
Okay, so I do have discussion because to me, the consistency of not having every Wednesday or the confusion that creates, on Wednesday you see 9 that are non-early release days, and where on the Friday calendar you see only 5. So to me, it creates a lot of confusion with our parents and our families, and I know that's not your preferred date for teacher development, but I really struggle on that inconsistency, and we kind of worked to try to correct that on Friday. We didn't quite achieve it, but it did a better job.
Help me to understand, Alexa. So in the Wednesday early release calendar, the only days that are not early release on Wednesdays are the days that we have a holiday on a Monday, or a staff development day on one day of the week, or an early release on another day in the week because of end of term or something like that. That to me provides consistency in terms of, that if there's a 4-day week, we're not going to do early release on Wednesday, but every other Wednesday is an early release. So can you help me to understand that?
So we have a Tuesday staff development day in November, and it just is a little more inconsistent for me. Like if you wanted Wednesdays, then like that second should be Wednesday, or and I think it goes back to also being able to hire somebody on a more permanent basis to fill that need in daycare when we've got to supplement. And so I just think that 9 days creates a lot of extra confusion.
Can you speak to the 2nd of November, Dr. Benz?
So the 2nd November was originally on the 1st of November, or the Monday, and I'm sorry, I have to go down to that day. Yeah, it would have been, normally we've had it on a Monday in the past, and we moved it this year, and with your approval, to Tuesday, because the Tuesday is that November 2nd is the election day, and when elections are held, and we wanted to just really, as a safety precaution and just a security measure, not have kids at school when we are bringing such a potentially significant amount of outside people not affiliated with the school into the campus. there are several, we have other options there too. I don't know if we would ever get to a point where we would be discussing not having elections on our campuses. But I agreed with that, and the Friday one, in an effort to try to establish consistency with Friday, I did on that draft move it off of election day and on to a Friday. So we would be having school during election day. Next year is not a presidential election, but there are elections nonetheless.
So Alexis, I hear you absolutely. For me personally, the benefits of doing the Wednesdays outweigh that inconsistency. And I'm talking completely from an educational standpoint, as the educational leader of the district, that this for us benefits the professional training of our teachers and the quality education of our students in the best way.
And we looked at moving like the full days to a Wednesday, but that seemed like a hill too hard to climb, to expect our families to climb to. Like, at least if you're gonna have a full day off with your kid, it makes the most sense to attach it to a weekend.
This is a hard one. And I think I told you, I feel like I teach teacher education classes, and sometimes I feel like in theory, I'm almost sometimes in conflict with what's happening in the classroom, but I know theoretically, like, this is the best practice, but sometimes what really happens is sometimes there's a little, you know, it's a combination of different things. And this is where I struggle with some of this. I know that we have a lot of training coming up. I know that our teachers are coming off a really hard year, and there's no assurance that next year is going to be like, ooh, we're all done with that COVID stuff and we're good to go. And I trust you, and I trust you. I do know that, like, I think for Fridays as a parent, yes, I would love that, because I'd be like, yeah, I'm out of here. And my kids would probably be like, do I even have to go? And I'd probably be the one parent fighting with them. I also know in my own job, when someone schedules that that Friday afternoon thing, it's like, oh, come on, it's Friday. And so I feel like in terms of professional development, if we really want our staff engaged and, you know, really, not that they're gonna blow it off, I'm not saying that's anyone, but it's Friday. We all feel that way on Fridays. I think that I can support this, knowing that it's 1 year, and we're gonna try and see how this plays out a little before, you know, but I am concerned about those instructional minutes. You know, I'm concerned about them in my own house, but I also know that giving our teachers that time for professional development, for meeting in their learning communities, for having their planning time, makes that instruction time so much more effective for my student, for our students, for all of our students, right? And I really want to trust and know that we're going to work really hard, not to give every student an opportunity to stay on Wednesdays, but our students that our eco-DIS population, our students who are maybe need additional instructional assistance, really looking at those populations and finding ways to give them the supports that they need.
I agree. This is a hard decision, and I feel torn. And I do wonder, and I'll have to think about it a little more, I'll noodle between now and when I call the vote, because part of me thinks I feel like this time is needed for our teachers based on what you've laid out and what you've explained. So I can get with the half days. I also feel I only want to look at it for 1 year right now, see how we do. Do we really even need it? So I like that. All on board. Support the teachers and staff. Totally agree with that. Wednesdays is a problem for me. It's something in the back of my mind I'm thinking is because we're asking our parents to partner with us. And so how are we partnering with them? I understand as administration and would expect you not to do anything different than what y'all have recommended. I expect Dr. Gehring to recommend Wednesday because that's the optimum date to do it. If you didn't bring that to me as an optimum date, I would be like, wait, you're teacher, you're the leadership of this, right? But from a board of trustees, I'm like, that is an optimum date from a teaching perspective and how you're going to do professional development. But for our parents, is that an optimum date? And how do we partner with them and show them we're invested? It's kind of an all lock arms together. It's going to be a weird year, but we're going together. And I'm just concerned I don't know if this sends that signal. So that's the thing I'm noodling on in the back of my head. Just in case you're wondering why she might abstain, that might be why. But I love professional development, want to support our teachers too. So that's the other reason why I might vote yes. I'm still noodling. Any other comments?
We've had some great discussions in the last weeks in regards to how we're going to close the gap. How are we going to ensure every student has access to opportunities? And so for me, the way I'm looking at it is we are asking a lot to, I don't want to say improve, but make the situation better. But how are we going to do that if we're not providing our staff with the time and the resources? Like, it's a COVID year. They're having to manage not only a classroom, but their own family at home. So for me, I'm thinking like the equity task force tonight, the data we saw last week, if we want to, ensure that we're making progress, that I feel like we need to give our educators every opportunity for training. And so for me, what I'm looking at this is, yes, and I will admit this right now, I forgot my child the first day of early release, okay? I did that. I'm going to admit that. Now I have an alarm. But the way I'm looking at it is this next year with these early releases is going to get us to the future of the LASD that we want to get. So we have to make this tough vote for this early release because in my mind, it is getting us to that point that we are all talking about. We've all said that we want more opportunities for GT. We've all said that we want to see our PACE programs expanded, but how are we going to do this if we're not giving the training? Like, we have to empower our staff to do that, but most importantly, we've got to give them the time to do it. So that's just my reasoning behind it. I know it's inconsistent. I know, like I said, I will probably forget my child again. Sorry, Jack. But I also know that we've got a lot of I don't want to say problems, but things we want to solve as a board for our students. And I think this is the way to get there.
All right, let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3 in favor. Okay, motion doesn't carry. Need another motion.
Trish, I'm still noodling. I'm still thinking. I'm sorry. I'm not. I kind of want a little more discussion about this Wednesday, Friday. I know how you feel about it. You kind of know how I feel about it. Trish, you made a really valid point there. And so I'm, Dr. Bentz, I'd love to hear how you feel about that also. Not to say the opposite of what Dr. Gehring, your superintendent, just said, but that's not what I'm asking. But I'm curious, and I don't know. We have some area soups, I don't know.
We do.
I'd love to know some thoughts. Oh, we have.
Yeah, we got Sarah, ever present.
We also have a lot of previous principals sitting right there. I kind of want to, I want to talk about Wednesday, Friday a little bit more.
Sure, and we can have whoever wants to come up, of course, that's your prerogative. I'll shortly and succinctly give mine. I would prefer Wednesdays. I think that is teachers will be more primed for collaboration and learning, and they won't be thinking about the weekend. But they're professionals, and I would trust them and work with them to ensure that the Fridays are used in the best way possible. just in general, I will just give a little bit more information from the parent perspective, and I don't speak for all parents. I don't speak for any parents. I am just going to share some of the things that parents have shared with me. There have been general comments made about in the listening sessions, and as we gathered feedback in DWIC, where people said it doesn't really impact me, but I could see where it would be a challenge for parents in a general sense. Also, when we asked them to unpack that a little bit, and you're saying it's not a problem for you, what we've gotten multiple times, and I respectfully say this, so any parents listening, I am not discounting any challenges that might specifically pertain to you, but what we heard is that people who are in a two-income household where both parents are working full-time, there is aftercare that they establish at 5 days a week, every single day of the week. And it doesn't really make a significant difference whether they start in the after-school program at 2:45 or if they start in the after-school program at 1:15 or because that's either they're walking to the cafeteria for the YMCA or they're getting picked up by the van. And this year and working into next year, our community organizations that provide that service have been very generous in working with us and continue. I think it is a win for them to continue to offer for a minimal or even in some of the cases no additional cost for that additional time on Wednesdays. And so for those families, the impact is not as much there. They're picking up their kids at 5:30, 6 o'clock on every day, regardless of what time we get out. That's just the caveat. There are other people. We tried to talk with parents and find out parents who are able to come to school and pick their kids up on time every day, what that might look like. Are they getting off of work early or at that time at 2:45? And most of those cases were people that were blessed to be able to have one parent that is at home during the day or even work like the night shift. And so the time that they were picked up might not have been as significant. But I recognize that I'm sure there are people out there where they've adjusted their schedule and still are able to work full-time or almost full-time and pick up their kid and just zip over there right at 2:45. I'm sure they're out there. Just full disclosure.
Madam President, I move that the board approve the standard calendar with early release days of Friday for the 2021-2022 school year.
Second.
I have a motion from Jim and a second from Alexis. Do we want to bring up Sarah?
Come on, Sarah, do you have some words of wisdom for us?
Y'all, it'll get much easier after we go through this vote, so y'all are doing great.
All right. So I actually agree with Dr. Bentz and Dr. Gearing. I think that Wednesdays, when you think about an early release from the teaching and learning aspect, is actually most beneficial. It is the time when staff are primed and ready to engage in that work. And again, like Dr. Bentz said, of course, our staff are professionals. And if it's Friday, then they will be there and they will be dedicated.
Sarah?
Yes.
In a cost-benefit analysis, if you tell me that it's more advantageous for teachers, what's more advantageous for parents? Well, okay, it was going to be more advantageous for parents on Friday, and now we're at. So if we did Friday, how much does it dissolve all that effort we put in there? Because if you, as our educational leaders, are saying, that time and that development, we're decreasing it by X amount by doing this, and I don't need a chart or graph, I just want you to kind of give us some of that flavor, right? Just help me understand, put a little context. I don't need to get too difficult. Just add context in. I think what you're saying is really whatever way you splice it, if we don't do it on Wednesday, you have concerns.
So I think what I'm trying to wrestle with in my mind is that for our families, that an early release day is a something that they have to work out a different plan. They're going to have to work out a different after-school care plan no matter which day. So that's what I'm trying to wrestle with. So in my mind, Wednesday is just as difficult to work out an after-school plan as Friday. So that doesn't really answer your question, but it does, that's what I'm wrestling with.
Well, let me ask a different question. Wednesday, let's say we've approved Wednesday early release and we're going to have this professional development. Do they get to implement or put into practice on Thursday and Friday the things that they're learning Wednesday to make sure that that learning is retained? Whereas on Friday, we do all of that learning and then they have the weekend to lose some of that because it's no longer fresh.
Yes, sir, absolutely. What you would see in our PLCs, they take the time to dig into data and look at where students are and make flexible groups to address needs, whether that is working on gaps or pushing students in enrichment. And that would be something that they could implement right then on Thursday. Yes, sir.
Just looking at the Friday calendar myself, one of the hazards that we've alluded to before is the early release Friday with a Monday holiday. I've circled 3 dates on the calendar that are potential targets for me to take a long weekend with my family. September 3rd, October 8th, and January 14th. I'm sure I'm not the only one to do that math if this calendar were approved. And so I think there's some additional hazards here beyond just the quality of the training. I think if we're focused on the value to our system, Wednesday is superior to Friday. But I think if we're focused on the value to our parents, I think the 2-day adjustment is the superior option for our families. I also, like I said before, because it was weighted higher by both staff and community, feels to me like the superior option, even though I recognize that that may not be what administration would prefer from a development perspective, and I understand the potential challenges there.
I'd like to return to your return on investment question, and I'd like for you to consider that the return on investment, when we had our community conversations, our community very clearly articulated their hopes and dreams for their children to us. I think what you're trying to weigh in terms of parents is adult convenience and not return on investment. What parents want, what I want as a parent, is the best and highest quality education for my kid, and I, as a parent, am prepared to make the sacrifices necessary to accomplish that. So I'd urge you to consider that the return on investment for me on Wednesday early releases far exceeds any of these others. And so I'm going to respectfully ask for you to reconsider the early release on Wednesday.
Madam President, I withdraw my motion.
So Sarah, you said something, and Dr. Benz and Dr. Green, that this is hard, and I'm not in love with the early release. I know it's necessary. We need to give this time. We need this training. If I'm going to make this investment for this year in this early release, I should be thinking of what is prime learning optimal training. And I don't really believe that that is on a Friday. And it hurts a little either way. I want it to be set up to be most successful, most impactful. And Erin, you're absolutely right. I looked at that already and I was like, ooh, maybe that's when we go to Disney, you know. So I think about all those absences and how all those that's a lot of Friday absences. And so that worries me as well.
So I think, I don't know, I have conflicting views from what's being recommended because we've asked so much from our families to have so much grace for our staff and so much grace for our schools and so many missteps and so much time off and so much responsibility back. That we ask for this gift of time for our teachers, right? Be graceful to us, give us this time. And we talk about Friday before a holiday, the kids aren't there anyway. So why are we making it more difficult? Why are we saying, okay, we're gonna do Wednesdays and we know you're still not gonna show up Friday? So we lose more minutes. We lose more time in the classroom because those circumstances aren't gonna go away.
Alexis, do you think it's possible, and maybe I shouldn't name it at you because I don't want you to feel targeted. Here's my thought process is that I agree, we're partnering with our parents, we've asked them to give a lot, but we're hearing from our district that we've set core beliefs, we've set these visions, we set where we want to go, and they're saying this is what we need for development. And my thought is, okay, well, let's all work together and try to do a Friday. Based on the comments I'm hearing, I'm leaning a little more towards a Wednesday thought, but there's a back of my mind where I'm still noodling of, okay, if that's where we're going to get the best result for our kids, I can be all in. And if Aaron also liked the Wednesday too, if that's what we're looking at as a system. He likes 2-day first, but if we're looking at system, he likes Wednesday over Friday.
Yeah, I'm a fan of professional development, but there was also intentionality behind adding instructional minutes, and it feels like the early release options, both the Wednesday and the Friday, reduce us to basically 1 day more than the minimum minutes or minimum minutes required by law. If we're really trying to help our at-risk students, less time in the classroom with their teachers doesn't seem to me to be a brilliant path. So I'm trying to balance the professional development needs with the needs of the students to be in person with those teachers who are going to help them.
It sounds like we've all been trying to balance a lot of different issues and thoughts, and I appreciate the struggle, and that's why we've been on this for an hour now. Over. Thank you so much for the discussions. Board members, we are going to need a motion, but I earlier said that I would either not vote on a Friday, but just to let you know, I understand now what you're talking about a Wednesday. So this time has been helpful for me.
Madam President, I once again move that the board approve the standard calendar with early release days of Wednesday for the 2021-2022 school year.
I second.
I have a motion from Jim and a second from Anna. Have I said this before, y'all? All right, now, some people wanted more discussion. Do we still want more discussion? What do we think on this? Okay. All those in favor, please vote aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 ayes. All those opposed? 2 nays. Motion carries. This was a whole lot that is going forward with y'all to say go do this for our calendar. I certainly hope we're going to do some things to explain to our community what we're doing with our time and how we're doing it and how it's going to impact our classroom. And I would love that accountability and information as we keep moving forward.
I look forward to that opportunity, definitely. I think I have the next agenda item as well. I can't barely remember what it is at this point after that discussion.
Reimagining and expansion of online secondary offerings discussion. Thank you, Sarah, for that impromptu presentation.
So, okay, there we go, Mark. Thank you. Yes, so purpose of this discussion is to look at and discuss with you the possibility and a proposal for reimagining and expanding what LISD can offer in the way of permanent online school offerings at the secondary level moving forward as the pandemic goes away and we have students that continue to find that online learning is something, an environment that they've thrived in and that they would desire to continue with. So our current online offerings are New Hope High School, as you know, are intimately familiar with. It's our only permanent offering, and it is currently offered for students in or entering grades 11 and 12 for students that are struggling or behind in credits. And as you even know more about, our virtual empowered learning is the other online offering we have right now, and it's a temporary offering that we developed in order to start this school year in the midst of the pandemic. And that is offered pre-K through 12th grade. So in a nutshell, the proposal is to develop a new LISD Virtual Learning Academy and put it under an umbrella that is a new high school for us, an LISD Virtual High School that includes the current New Hope offerings and also offers a virtual learning experience for any students to apply for. Basically, I guess I already explained it, but students, participants would transfer to, participate in, and graduate from the LISD Virtual 4-year high school. What we're proposing is to start this endeavor with 9th and 10th graders next fall, or this fall, in 2021, and then plan to add stair-step up the grade levels, 11th grade in the following fall and 12th grade thereafter. The initial enrollment would be up to 300 students based on an application and a lottery process. So that depending on how many students demonstrate interest, so 150 students per grade level. The instruction will be virtual and a combination of that face-to-face synchronous instruction we've talked about and independent learning. The curriculum will be built directly off the standards and will be designed by our LISD teachers and curriculum staff and designed specifically for LISD students. And it will be taught by LISD teachers assigned specifically to the LISD Virtual Academy. Just threw a sample graduation plan in there for you. The details of the table are not as important as just to talk to you about what the offerings would be. The core, we would offer most of the standard core offerings. With the smaller learning community, you're not going to have as many elective offerings. On top of that, in partnership and in collaboration, developing this proposal with our high school principals, the agreement is that they will transfer to this high school, and they will not be members of their former comprehensive high school, and as such would not be participating in activities, including extracurriculars, from the high school that they've departed from. This is for students that want to participate and feel, and desire and thrive in a strictly online environment. As far as staffing, leadership will be provided by our Executive Director of Alternative Programs, who is currently is in charge of all operations for New Hope High School, obviously under the supervision of our Assistant Superintendent of Pathways and Innovation. It'll be staffed based on the projected enrollment of 300 students, which can be adequately staffed with 12 full-time teachers. That is not 12 additional teachers. That is 12, no additional staff requested, based on a calculation, a formula-based calculation, as we always do for our 6 comprehensive high schools. and their adjusted enrollment projection accounting for students who would be attending the online academy. This has been thoroughly vetted and planned through with our 6 high school principals. Basically, our next steps are to get your blessing to gauge interest, to send out a student interest survey along and really find out if students, we've gotten the qualitative feedback and the information provided to teachers that we do have kids who are interested in this. We need to get more accurate and more concrete data about whether this is something that is worth our while to put together. And so what we'd like to do is get your blessing to do a student interest survey and a parent information night. And if students do demonstrate interest, sufficient interest, we would like the okay to go ahead and start planning so that we can calibrate and align precisely with those planning milestones that the other 6 high schools and their leadership teams will be going through, so that we provide the minimum amount of disruption by coordinating with them relative to the staffing and the students that they will have on their campuses or won't have on their campuses based on the enrollment into the virtual high school. If we do drag it out, that presents problems for our high school principals that I do not want them to have. That's the presentation. And now the discussion.
Yeah, so I've jotted a number of questions. I really want to be a supporter of this, and I think it could be really interesting, but there are some things that just don't quite add up for me yet. The first is, why would we require a transfer? When we cut students off from their activities and the other supports of their school community, it seems very isolating to me. And if we're just talking about 12 teachers, we don't have the same sort of counseling staff to support, and there are a lot of things lost in that experience for those students, including fewer course options, and it seems like a very, very narrow set of students who might be interested in this option, maybe unnecessarily narrow. But let me start, I guess, with the first question of why require the transfer out of their home high school?
So by transferring, this is the way we are actually eligible and able to do this based on TEA requirements. And we intentionally wanted to make it narrow so that, and this is the discussion that we collaborated on with principals, so that only the students that really truly want an online experience, and also students who are maybe doing are at home for different reasons relative to social emotional pieces, would have an option. We will, New Hope High School and Barb's team does have counseling on site that we would be utilized as well. And honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, we are probably going to need to request. We've had conversations about requesting a 0.25 addition to her attendance clerk, because she has a 0.75 right now for New Hope, and this is going to be a bigger workload for that person. We definitely can entertain all conversations. This was the way, as we went through the conversations, that it made the most sense to the 6 principals. And I would also, I hate to do it to her, she's been working so hard tonight already, but Krista has worked on this, and I think she can do just as good or a better job of answering some of the detail-oriented questions of the planning process. So again, I owe you one, but thank you for coming up. And I did tell you I might call on you, so. And she kept her mic thing, you noticed, so I think she was anticipating this.
So those are good questions as to why. One of the things that we really looked at is what's the next step that we can transition out of our current situation, still provide a virtual opportunity to our students, and how do we make that work within our district? And so being able to do this and partnering with New Hope would require transfer, and this is the only way where we can make it fully virtual and then be able to still receive the funding that we're supposed to receive for each one of those students. And so that's the way we're doing, that's what we're doing right now. I'm going to not know the correct House bill, but I do believe there's a House bill out there that I saw that is asking to open up the opportunity for districts to then create their own virtual school and to go through the process again. TEA had that at one time. They closed down that around 2013 and only grandfathered in certain districts. And so we had to be creative in thinking about how do we serve these students still and be able to provide that opportunity. So that's one of the reasons why we did that way. In listening to the conversations about extracurricular and the ability to support students on that end, what this would allow us to do is when we talked last time about a school of choice and having some of these R&D sites, this would allow us to really hone in to get quality online schools going in our district and online coursework. And so we could really concentrate on the professional learning there, perfect what is working in a non-COVID world that way. And then if we wanted to continuously improve our comprehensive to offer online course offerings in the future. But we would need to start with an R&D site first to be able to do that. And then in those cases, Mr. Johnson, you could have students take a few of their courses online perhaps and still participate in their home campus. But those would be two separate entities.
I think the last question for me is the application process in the lottery. Does that imply that an application could potentially be rejected? What would be the grounds for rejecting an application? So anybody who asks for it can have it, assuming they succeed in the lottery.
So what we would do is, one, we would like to send out an interest form, because that interest form would allow us to just determine what is the level of interest and what's the level of interest at each of the comprehensive 6 high schools for something like this. And so that would get us started to be able to know what that looks like. When we go to a lottery system, that's where we really kind of talk about equity and these things. We would put it in to where we can really draw on a lotto system, right? And so we're not rejecting any of them. We're putting them in a lottery system. And then what we might do afterwards is host some conferences to make sure everyone understands as you enter in, here's the supports that are available to you. What do you have at home? Let's talk about how do we support you through this process and make sure that it's the right fit for everyone. And then there are some things that when students are considering applying, we really want to make sure it's the right fit, right? So we want to make sure a student is comfortable with technology. We want to make sure the student isn't looking for that collaborative, interactive, like I'm going to admit this would not be the role for me. I'm currently taking an online courses for my graduate school. I was hesitant about that. It's been great, but I do miss being able to see my colleagues on a regular basis and my classmates on a regular basis in the classroom. For me as a student, this would not have been an option I would have selected. But some students don't need that, and in fact, some students may get distracted by some of that. And so this is for those students who really want to pursue online, are okay with working both in person or face-to-face online with the teacher and on their own, and who have some of the systems and technology that are available to do that. And so we would also have those conversations as well and work with our counselors and deans of instruction and others to really have those conversations so we make sure it's the right fit. We don't want anyone to not be successful. We really want to make sure that it's the right fit for each student.
So right now, we're just looking for next steps. You want to do a student interest survey and possibly a parent information night. I don't see why we wouldn't do a parent interest survey as well, but again, you all are the ones that we've put into these positions, and we've done it for reasons because you're subject matter experts. I say let's move and see. We're doing a lot of talking, but we don't even know if there's interest or what level of interest. So I would like to just move forward with this and look forward to see what y'all bring back. Then we can have some discussions about, all right, now there's interest or there's no interest. And based on what that looks like, then we can have a discussion about what the nuts and bolts would look like.
I agree. I'm happy that y'all are looking at the individual students and how or how not this might be a good fit for them. Because like you said, we want them to be successful. I think this looks great, and happy to hear how it moves forward with the survey.
So let's keep noodling. We vote on this at the next meeting is what it looks like. If you have any questions between now and then, please reach out to Matt. We'll move on to the next agenda item. LISD graduate profile refinement discussions. And depending on the robust conversation we want to have, we might start part A and then put a pin in it and pull out more conversations later so we can progress. Okay, whenever you are ready. Wait, I want to make sure. Susan Cole and Jennifer Collins. There you go.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Madam President, school board members, and Dr. Gehring. We are excited to be here this evening to engage the next little bit with you on the topic of graduate profile refinement. So Jennifer Collins, myself, and Sarah Martinez have had the opportunity of leading this work. And just want to give a shout out to Sarah. She could not be here tonight, but she has been instrumental in this process, in particular with all of the resources that she has put together to really lead this work. And so wanted to make sure to give her a shout out. So with that, you saw this last Thursday, and in fact, Dr. Gehring unpacked this with you all, and it's the problem statement really around all the work that we're doing with the 5-year road to the 5-year strategic plan. And so just wanted to bring this up to remind you that this graduate profile refinement is part of this bigger system that we're looking at. This is a nice visual that Sarah put together for us that does show all the work that's going to go into the 5-year strategic plan. So notice at the beginning, the core beliefs. You all have done a beautiful job with that, and I have those here in front of me. Love that belief statements you all crafted. The vision and mission, notice, is next, and then the STAR, the refinement of the graduate profile, which is what we're doing tonight. So you might ask, well, we haven't done vision and mission yet. So what I wanted to really emphasize is this work will be done in parallel. We'll be doing vision and mission work with you in just a couple of weeks. So one will inform the other. It's kind of like the chicken or the egg. Both of these processes will go hand in hand with leading our district of where we need to go. So what we're doing tonight will help inform the vision, then the vision will come back with the graduate profile. And neither one of those we will do without the other. So just wanted to make sure to mention that. And really our purpose tonight is twofold. We're going to update you on the process that we're going through to refine the graduate profile, and most importantly, we're going to gather input from you. And we're going to go through these slides pretty quickly up front because we want to get to the affinity, the continuous improvement tool, at the end where we really are going to get your feedback because you're key stakeholders in this process.
So as Susan mentioned, Dr. Martinez has been instrumental in pulling together resources for us that we've been sharing with our stakeholders as we've been seeking feedback. And so the next few slides are slides that we've used with those teams, and we wanted to share them with you as well. So the first slide here, why have a graduate profile? So this quote, Sarah pulled for us from some research, and I want to focus in on those yellow words. So graduate profile helps you focus the community on a core set of learning goals, and then thinking about developing skills and habits of mind that matter in school and beyond. And so those phrases really resonated with us as we were looking at moving forward with this work. We have that graduate profile hanging on the wall. It's something that's important to us here in Leander. So what is a graduate profile? Or sometimes you might hear the term learner profile. And again, we're going to focus in on just those yellow words. So that idea of a knowledge, skills, and dispositions that we really
hold tight to in our system. And then at the bottom there, the graduate profile is the North Star. And so as you think about where we want our students to look forward, the attributes that we would want them to have, the graduate profile or that learner profile gives us some good information about that. In doing our research, we did reach out to some of the administrators in our system that were a part of our original graduate profile process, and Eric Haug and Monta Aiken sent us some amazing information that we've been able to use, and we wanted to share these quotes from Monta with you. So Leander ISD was on the cutting edge. We had a graduate profile before it was cool to have a graduate profile. So back in the 90s, we had a graduate profile hanging on the wall, and this was some of the information that Monta shared with us. So it was our intent to develop a document which clarified the expectations of our system. It was our intent to develop a document that would be useful throughout the system. And then most importantly, it was our intent to articulate a promise to our students of what they could expect from their education. And so that's why we established a graduate profile in Leander ISD more than 20 years ago.
And throughout the years, Monta did share that there have been updates and some tweaks to the graduate profile, but it has been quite some time. And so, hence why we are going through this. And what I want to do now is just spend a little bit of time with looking at our current graduate profile, which is here on your screen or in your slides. And I'd love to hear just maybe 3 things that you notice about our current graduate profile. Just love someone to unmute in the Zoom world and share out.
Pretty much looks like where we're at today.
In what way, Jim?
This document, you said, is 20 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And 20 years ago, focused on academics and character development, enhanced communication, effective, productive, and lifelong learning, personal growth and expression, social awareness, contribution, and stewardship. Those were important 20 years ago, and in the last 2-3 meetings, we have touched on every one of those tenets in great detail. So not much has changed in terms of our focus.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because we're not looking at an overhaul, we're looking at a refinement. And we might go through this process and say, we don't need to change anything, or we just need to tweak a few things. And that's what we've been talking to as we've talked to different people and met with different people. Maybe 1 or 2 other things that you notice.
I see a lot of connection to our core values, and thinking about our core values, and they're right here.
Mm-hmm.
I can see all those connections.
Thank you, Gloria. Maybe 1 more?
Yeah, I noticed the 10 ethical principles are still, hold true throughout our district at every level of our system. So I'm really happy to see those still in here.
Mm-hmm. Just a couple of other things as we've asked DWIC committee and others, just things like, there's 6 kind of overarching topics or headings. And then some people have said, there's a lot of words here. It's a lot. It's really a lot to process, which is what y'all are doing right now. So just, a couple other things as we've gone through this. All right, so with that on your mind.
So we did begin our refinement process whenever we turned from the winter break. So you'll see here just kind of the cycle that we plan to go through. So that first bullet there, the blue circle, establish a design team. That has occurred. We have a design team of about 15-ish stakeholders from the campus and from district perspectives that are coming together to lead the work. And then you'll see that next orange bullet there, to gather feedback from key stakeholders. So that's some of what we're doing here tonight. You guys are some of our key stakeholders, as well as Susan mentioned earlier, some of the other teams that we've already had an opportunity to meet with, like our principals, our DWIC team, some groups of students as well. And then really where we are right now is kind of in that gray and yellow circle. So to synthesize the feedback that we're receiving, and then to design some iterations, and then synthesize the feedback again and design iterations. So we think that we might spin a little bit in the orange and the gray and the yellow for a little bit of time until we really feel solid to move over to that last blue bullet where we have a final graduate or a learner profile. So this is just a bullet about the purpose of that design team. Again, it's about 15 people from campus and district perspectives that are coming together to synthesize the feedback and really get in deep with the work. Actually, from those 15, we've identified an even smaller group that we're calling our core team that's sitting around a table, figuratively in a Zoom kind of a world, really digging in and doing some hard work and having hard conversations together. So you see the scope go out, and then you see the scope go in and out and in and out throughout this process. This is the timeline for our graduate profile refinement work. So you'll see that right after we returned from the winter break, we kicked off that design team, and we're already about halfway through the page where we're coming to the board for some feedback and input. And we know that the feedback that you're going to be able to provide us today is from a very unique perspective, and so we really are excited to get some feedback from you guys tonight. So this graphic was shared with you on Friday in your board packet, and it contains a lot of information. So you'll see here some of the feedback that we've received. You'll see some of the documents that we've been looking at. You'll see things like key themes for 21st century learners. And we know that some of you may have spent some time looking at this, and others of you may not have had as much time to dig in. And we did want to just give you an opportunity to share 2 or 3 ideas that maybe some of you saw from this feedback or from these resources that you feel it's important for all of our board members to know or understand. And so just wonder if there are 2 or 3 ideas that you would want to share out regarding feedback that we've received, or just some of the research that we've been able to pull together.
So you have in there too our conversations about hopes and dreams. So you want feedback too, whether it was from our conversations that we had and the hopes and dreams or things, versus it looks like all of these discussions we're talking about we could kind of input into.
Right, so Trish, you're exactly right that the feedback from Hopes and Dreams launched kind of our need to look again at our graduate profile, because that's when we began hearing from parents about what their hopes and dreams were for their students in our system. And so we want to make sure that our graduate profile aligns with the hopes and dreams of our community, which means it's also going to align with some of our work regarding community-based accountability and some of the other work that we've been doing in our system. Something else that was kind of interesting that you may not have been able to see is we got some feedback from some students. So over on that far right column where it says Student Advisory Council. And the feedback from some of our adults was that they felt like maybe the graduate profile, just that term graduate profile, automatically causes people to think more about secondary campuses than elementary campuses. And the feedback that we received from students when they looked at these skills was that these are things that happen in elementary school. By the time I get to secondary, I'm more focused on GPA. I'm more focused on grades and performance. And so it was just very interesting to have a perspective of the students that they are things that we're working on in elementary campuses. So that was some very interesting feedback from our students.
I do like that you guys have included the key themes for the 21st century future learning skills, and to think about what does the world look like for these students, as they enter our system as, kindergartners, or like mine that's headed to high school, is that, just in 4 short years, it's going to look different. The world is going to look different than it does right now. And so making sure that we're continuing to expand those possibilities in our campuses that will make them successful, or make them have the opportunity to be successful in the future, I think is key.
Yeah, and that resonates with me, connecting with what Jim said earlier, that we also want to make sure that whatever is on our graduate profile is also going to stand the test of time, right? So we're not looking for trendy language. We're looking for things that really will hold true, but we want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence to go through a revision process as needed.
That was a really interesting point you made about what the students comment, because I always think of this as secondary. Like my mind automatically goes there in terms of, okay, when they graduate. But when you really read this, no, we want this in pre-K, all the way through. So I don't know if that's just our branding issue there, but yes, I always think of it graduation, profile of what I want when they graduate. So that's a really, really observance of those young students.
Some smart kids.
Exactly. As Christine said, maybe it's our learner profile instead of our graduate profile.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Change graduate to learner.
Yeah, that's some of the research that Dr. Martinez has done for us, is she's pulled lots of these samples from other districts as well as their titles, or what they call them. And some of the last work that we did together with our design team was to talk through, now what does this mean to you? So profile of a graduate, what does that mean? Learner profile, what does that mean? Where we're really kind of digging in. So that will be a part of our conversations.
3 quick observations. Number one, the other interesting thing that the kids said that I heard them say in that session was, why have you never showed this to us before? And I went, okay, so here's number one is they don't even know that it exists. It's around the district everywhere, but we don't really use it. So that's my second thing, is that the point of a graduate profile and the point of having it as an end point is to make sure that everything you do aligns to that point, and that we have a way of measuring whether our kids have reached that or not. So it's great to have it on the wall and pretty and nice words, and they may be the right intention, but if we're not using it to drive what we do with kids on a daily basis, then we may as well not have it. So.
And Bruce, I said that exact comment at DWIC this past Thursday, that a student said this, like, why hadn't you ever showed me? And I shared the story, and a teacher said, what? It's hanging on my wall. How do they not know it's hanging on my wall? And so she was kind of being facetious, but we know that once we do refine this, that's just the first step. We have to have a systematic way to make sure that we do get this in front of all of our kids, and it's not just for those seniors that are graduating. So we're really excited about this. So I'm most excited now to get your input. So we are going to engage in a continuous improvement tool called an affinity. And so what I'd like you to do, you have some sticky notes and a Sharpie at your area. And I want you to think about what are the most important knowledge, skills, and dispositions that you desire for the students of Leander ISD. So if you think about that, really think about what do we need to develop in our students to set them up for success. And you're going to put one idea per sticky note. That's very important. One idea per sticky note. And just if you could maybe think about 3 to 5.
So what you're asking for is, what are my 3 to 5, if I look at a child that has exited our program, what are 3 to 5 fundamental skills that I really want them to have? Is that correct?
Yes. Okay. That would set them up for success throughout, yes. Okay. Don't want to rush you, but it's okay if you only have one or two. So what I'm going to have you do is come over to this white chart over here on the side and get you up a little bit, which hopefully everybody will appreciate. And bring your sticky notes with you, please. So we'll have our physical distance where we're following protocol. Okay, so love to just have someone go first and just share one thing that you wrote, and you'll put it up here and just tell us quickly why you put that. Aaron?
All right, I put exceptional reading skills. Our digital world is in text. I mean, video too increasingly, but the volume of text means that reading skill is, that literacy is everything. It's the beginning and end.
Thank you. So did anyone else put something similar that would go into this category regarding exceptional reading skills? If you didn't, it's okay, but if you did, if you would come put it here. Verbal communication, Bruce added. Anything else that goes in that category? He kind of put it to the side there. All right, Jim, you look ready?
Passion for lifelong learning.
Passion for lifelong learning. If anyone has something similar, if you want to bring it over. And just put it there beside that. In the perfect, perfect. All right. Chris, you have something to share?
Prepared for what comes next, college military workforce.
Prepared for what comes next, college military workforce. Anything? Y'all are getting the hang of this. Awesome. Skills that align with their hopes and dreams. Would that, you think that goes there or passion? Okay. All right, Gloria, you look ready?
Empathetic, empathy.
Empathy. You put that in another category? Got social, emotional, empathy, humility, awesome. Self-awareness and respect. All right. Confidence in self, okay. All right, do we have something different? Critical thinking, problem solving. Does anyone have something to go there? All right. Way to go, Alexis, starting that.
You know, what Aaron said about our digital society, being not only a consumer of information, but being a contributor of information. So I put that under critical thinking, but it's also tied to, you know, that research analysis. But
all right. Chris?
Feeling connected to the world, environment, academic, workforce. So I'm not sure if that's
empowered learning left, and and financial and practical life. Okay, financial, practical life knowledge. Would that be? I think that would be workforce. Yeah. Okay. You think it's different? Okay. Let's move it.
Life skills. So, verbal and written communication, for me, this is different from the reading skills. This is just being able to consume everything. I still think it's really important, stands alone, but, and then I have technology literacy. Obviously, there's a lot going on, and our kids are often ahead of us there, but we also have to prepare them for what they don't know about.
All right, Bruce, you're sneaking some things in. What'd you put?
Creativity and then collaboration with Chris probably put on the workforce. She's a board president. So.
You're collaborating.
This might go with lifelong learning. It's in that intrinsic intrinsic motivation, or, so I'm thinking of lifelong, or maybe it's empowered learners.
Yep, there you go. Okay, anyone have any other? Okay, so now what the next step in an affinity, don't go yet, is now we have to put headers for each of these. So Jennifer, would you help with that?
All right, so as we think about critical thinking, problem finding, problem solving, critical thinking, research and analysis, contributor, what kind of heading would you want to give this column? Critical thinking and everything, or is it more than that?
Critical thinking.
Yes.
For me, it's more than that. The research piece is also tapping into the curiosity, and problem finding is very different than problem solving sometimes. And so,
is that like more empowered learning, or that intrinsic motivation to learn? I don't
know. I struggle. The whole lifelong learner thing is interesting to me, but also kind of challenging because I don't know what that means exactly, but solving problems and doing the research to understand root cause and understanding the facets or the different sides of an issue, I don't know.
But does that take critical thinking to do all of that?
It does. There's an intellectual flexibility about that, right? To consume different kinds of information, different sides of a problem. So, I don't know. Critical thinking is probably it, but I think there's nuance. I think there's more.
So for now, we'll put critical thinking, knowing that this conversation.
All right, so we have here exceptional reading skills, and it stands on its own. Typically in an affinity, we don't have something that stands on its own. It can happen sometimes, but just going to push you to think, does that belong with anything else, or do you really see it as an outlier on the page?
I feel like it goes with that verbal and written communication. But it is different, but it is maybe in line with that, but maybe that, I mean, that was Aaron's thought, so I'm
If
going to tell him.
you want to combine them, that's fine. I just.
Right, I know.
The act of composing and communicating, and at least for me, is very different from consuming, right?
Yeah.
But it starts there, and they're certainly related, because the more you consume, the better you should compose, but I don't know. Go ahead and group them, I guess.
And then what title would you give it? Is it just communication?
I guess it's communication. It does. That one, yeah.
All right, and then we have another one here, technology literacy. And so again, it's on its own right now. Does it belong with anything else, or does it stand on its own?
If we shift that communication to literacy, can we group all of those together? Does that make you feel better?
I don't know, is literacy just, is that consuming, or is it?
Or is it both?
Yeah.
Yes,
If, maybe technology literacy, I don't know, just change it.
No,
okay.
no
I mean,
idea. It's a bad idea.
it's
We'll
gonna-
leave it. So I'm gonna leave it by itself right now, and then we can come back.
It could go under a couple of different things, right?
Okay.
I mean, it could go under work skills and some of that stuff. It could go under communication. It
Okay,
could
so I'm gonna
go-
leave it for now, and then when you're ready, we'll move. Okay. All right, empowered learner, intrinsic. What kind of title do we want to give those two?
Or do they
kind
go
of
under
falls
critical?
and I almost see like under lifelong learner, because it's that, when I think of lifelong learner, I think of someone who is intrinsically motivated to learn and always have that passion to learn more and to be an inquirer and all of that intrinsic motivation there. So I think it really goes with lifelong learning.
Which is here,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
Yep.
So I
Are you
would
guys
move
okay
it.
with moving that? Okay. And then what title would you give this? Passion for lifelong learning, passion, love of learning, passionate, lifelong learning, empowered? Lifelong learning, are you okay with that?
I do like the intellectual curiosity, or maybe just curiosity, as the driver for lifelong learning.
Yeah.
It's a motivator, but yeah. That's right. Do it because, yeah.
that curiosity? There you go. Good eye. Okay, we've got a couple more categories.
All right, prepared for what comes next, prepared for life skills, prepared for success, workforce skills, skills that align with hopes and dreams, still connected to the world, collaboration. Life skills?
What would be another?
Yeah, so in my mind, we have kind of two different skill sets. There's kind of life skills, and then there's professional skills or career skills. And so,
like executive function.
Maybe, I mean, it's kind of employability or,
Life skills for the workforce, because I mean, they all can be contributed to the workforce, but in reality, not everyone's going to go into that workforce. Do you need those life skills to prepare you for it?
Readiness.
Work ready.
Or maybe life
Yeah.
ready. I'm thinking that combination of, I don't know if I want to work for it
Right.
so much, but it's kind of like
Future ready?
I don't know.
Future ready. Future ready. You said something ready. Ready for the future.
Yeah, maybe. Except, this is, I mean, a lot of these are very practical. They're not so much future oriented. They're,
Workforce is going to look
well, but
different in the
it's
future.
just being able to take care of yourself.
Is it college and career or?
Yeah. It really kind of is work ready.
College and career readiness.
That's CCMR? College and career and the other.
CCMR ready.
Okay.
All right. We're making progress here.
All right, so let's skip over here. That goes with empathetic, compassion, empathy, skills with SEL, humility, compassion, empathy, self-awareness, and respect, integrity. Character?
Good one.
All right, financial, practical life knowledge.
I think that goes in that CCMR.
I think that's life skill. I think that's, I know when to buy life insurance. I know how to manage for my retirement. I think it's life ready as opposed to CCMR.
Well, I think a lot of those that we put under CCMR, I think they are
CCMR
life ready.
ready?
I think.
How about CCMR/life ready?
Future for life.
Yeah.
Future life. That's where I said. I was like, it's almost like, but we need a better word for that.
You know what's interesting is the kids talked a lot about that. Like, I want to know how to adult.
Do my taxes, right?
That came up again and again and again in our conversations.
All right, the last two that we have, they're confidence in self, confidence in themselves, and their ability to prosper in the world. Do those go with character, or that's separate?
I think it goes into character.
I think so. It's optimism.
Okay, so if you look at the titles that we landed on here, the headers, what do we have? Critical thinking, communication, curiosity, CCMR, character. Oh, wow. Okay, so that's the next part of an affinity is we need to jot down our findings. So really quickly, what are some findings from this? So I just...
5 C's.
5 C's. A little different than some of the, yes. Yes, connected. These are definitely connected with the 5 C's. Yep. Other findings from this process.
A lot of us want the same thing for our kids.
Yeah, there's a lot of nuance.
A lot of overlap,
too,
yeah.
A lot of,
Yeah.
a lot of depth.
Observation, but I don't see the word academics up there anyway.
It never stood alone as its own. I mean, it's always there to serve a purpose,
It is
right?
there, and it has like specific ones in there too, right now, right?
And I will say,
I'm not saying it has to be there, I just observed that
Yeah.
it's not there.
We were only allowed to list 5.
But these were the ones that were most important. And so for me, I guess with academics,
It's
I'm hoping that academics is through, it's kind of in all of those. And I'm hoping that through academics, we're doing the critical thinking and we're doing communication and we're really igniting that curiosity and we're doing some of that adult piece, but we're just helping with that character. So I think my academics is embedded, it's all in there.
Well, and one of the things we noticed when we really started analyzing our current is that these descriptors are in alphabetical order. And so because they're in alphabetical order, academics is at the top. But is having academics at the top, does that say something different to our community or to people who read this? I don't know that people realize they're in alpha order, right? And so that's something else that we noticed when we looked.
I started sequencing these in my head just a little bit. And communication for me comes first. That's the first set of skills or abilities. And then curiosity, because that feeds the critical thinking. And then repeating that cycle many times develops CCMR. And character kind of stands alone. It's kind of the thread throughout, right?
Another noticing and looking through different districts and their graduate profiles that was an aha to our design team was that a lot of their headers were more like action verbs, like communicators instead of communication. And so that was a big, and there were only
verbs.
Yeah.
I think action words are strong.
Yeah, and so that was a noticing, like, wow, that was so much more like drew you in. So that was something.
So our next steps from this is we're going to take your feedback and we're going to put it in with all of the other feedback that we've received. And we do have it's scheduled to come back and visit with you guys in February and give you another update. We're hoping that we'll be pretty far through the iteration process. We do want to hear from you if you want more information from us between now and the time we come together in February. We can update through some Friday memos if that's helpful. But we want to get in that iteration cycle where we're getting feedback from people and we're trying something and just trying to get some things down on paper to see how big of a change are we looking at.
And then one other thing to be looking at for in the board memo tomorrow, we are going to have some listening sessions for students, our teachers, our families, parents. There's 2 dates coming up, one next week and one the next, 3 different times. And we're just inviting people to come in and give us some feedback. And we'll have a protocol and a process. So you all are welcome to join. You'll let Donna know if you plan to come, and that will be helpful to make sure you don't have more than whatever you can have.
And you'll let us know in the Friday memo.
Yeah, it'll be there tomorrow. Yep. All right.
All right,
Thank you all.
Board members, as we move forward in the evening, really impressed. It's a lot of work. And I know I'm over there going, okay, are we done? But it's good conversation, and I think it's meaningful. So thank y'all so much for your work. We'll move on to not district and equity. We already did that one. Governance team. Consider approval of amendments to board policy CE.
Good evening. You surprised me. I thought I wasn't going to see you till Friday. Board members, we have discussed this topic several times. This motion would amend CE local to increase the required level of fund balance and adjust for the fiscal year change.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees amend Board Policy CE Local to increase the required level of operations and maintenance fund balance to 3 months of total annual operating expenditures and amend the district's fiscal year to start date of July 1st.
I'll second. I do have some discussion.
Okay, motion from Jim, second from Aaron. Now we can move on to discussion.
In the letter related to this item, it also includes language about the budget parameter. The motion does not include the language. The amendment to policy does not include any language about that. I know it was discussed as part of the budget assumptions at the meeting on the 14th that I did not attend. But I don't think there's been any discussion at that meeting or since about this aspect of the letter and whether or not the policy will change to reflect that. I don't know that we have to incorporate that in this change. It could come back around for a succeeding amendment to include that language, but I was a little surprised that the letter indicates it, but the amended policy does not include it.
Aaron, to make sure I understand, and Elaine might have heard something different. So our assumptions tonight, we are going to talk about tonight, but this would be one of the new parts of our assumptions. So I don't think this is supposed to be all of our assumptions. This would be one of the new parts of the assumptions. And it's kind of, we've already said we want 3 months, but now we're kind of fermenting it in this policy. Is that correct, or do you hear something different?
I'm not referring to the 3 months. If I read from the letter for this item, in the third paragraph, it says, in December, the administration recommended amending the policy to include a budget parameter to provide a clear target in developing budgets by knowing at the beginning of each budget cycle what level of deficit will be acceptable to the board. I'll stop there, right? That's the language I'm talking about. In the discussion at the meeting on the 14th, there was discussion about a 3.5% target or a 4% target or something higher. Elaine had run a number of scenarios around that, but this letter includes language to add to the policy. At least that's what the letter indicates. The policy change does not suggest that.
If you will continue reading the letter, it says, after discussions with the board, the consensus was to include the budget parameter as an assumption rather than including it in board policy.
Yeah, that we had talked about that in several meetings. That we will talk about it. It's not
That's
going
what
to be
I
in the
get for
policy
reading
language.
too quickly. There's an awful lot of text in a board packet. I guess I missed that sentence. Okay.
I had a question because we put in the amended in June, the date, but didn't we vote on that and pass that in June of 2019? So the date changed, the fiscal year changed?
You did, but board policy has not been updated to reflect that change.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the board voted to do that, make that change. The change was made in practice, but the board policy was not changed at the
I
time.
thought we voted on policy in June of 2019 on that, but no?
I don't think so.
Alexis, does this language on the policy, though, conflict with anything of what you thought was previous direction? Do dates make sense? Okay. All right. There's no other discussion. We have a motion and a second, and somebody playing with marbles. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Moving on to the Internal Audit Department Quarterly Report. Board members, as Helene O'Neill comes up to give us our internal audit report, on point out you do have some information and attachment with the status report and then the general report. The general report refers to 2 reports. The complete reports are actually in our SharePoint. In fact, there's a whole tab there, and Donna, Helene will let Donna know, so we'll get update on where to go find that in our SharePoint.
Good evening. So, as I'm required to do, I come up on a quarterly basis and give you an update on what my team has been working on. And as you can see from the memo, that we've got several reports that we've recently issued, and there's a bunch of projects that are in process. Does anybody have any questions on any of those? Nope. Okay. Like Trish said, especially for the new members, you probably haven't gone on that SharePoint site, but every report that audit has ever issued from the very beginning that we've been here, which is, we're going on our 16th year, all those reports are out there. So in the future, we will make sure that when we issue a report, that notice will go in the Friday memo, so then you can go and check it in the report and read it. And if you have any questions, by all means, let us know.
Just for the sake of those that may be trying to follow along at home, can you once again remind us what the difference is between complete and affirmed?
Oh, the different observation statuses?
Yes.
So depending, that's the second report that we're going to talk about right now. This list is all the outstanding items for any audits that have not yet closed. And depending on where we are on the resolution, some of these observations have more than one task associated with that observation. Some of them have closed, which means if it's complete, that means audit has had a chance to come in and actually verify that that item has been resolved. If it says affirmed, that's when management says, we've corrected it, but audit hasn't had the opportunity to come in and review it to confirm that. Once we do, it'll go to a complete and it'll remove itself from the report. Now, there are other statuses on there. If you have any questions about any of the other statuses, I'll be more than happy to take any questions.
All right, Helene, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
We'll move on to our next agenda item, 8C1, consider approval of the 10-year capital renewal plan. This was an item we talked about at our last meeting.
Madam President, can we go back to B3, please?
Oh, did I miss something? Let me move up. I jumped. Wait a second, Jimmy, I'm sorry. Oh, 8B3, almost. You can sit there.
Yeah, we're going to go fast.
We're going to go quick. Don't go too far away. Go ahead. But we're going to take 8B3 real quick. Dr. Gehring?
Thank you, Madam President. This is just to enable us to put budget plans in place for the board. And so we just want a quick discussion, if we may, about major conferences for next year so we can plan travel budgets. You have 4 listed in there. Another one that we talked about last year was South by Southwest. We ended up not going because they canceled it. But we don't quite know what 21-22 is going to hold, but we do have to plan for it. And so we'd like to just get some feedback on these conferences specifically, and then any others that you feel you might want to attend. NSBA is on there.
South by Southwest is going virtual this year, and so I'm not sure what the virtual pass opportunity is, but might be an opportunity for us to do something that way. I don't know if we're interested. I'm waiting to hear back from NSBA. I received a scholarship for their conference, for the advocacy conference in DC, but they've changed the dates a few times on that, and I imagine it may change again because it got moved to the summer, and I don't know if that's going to happen, but they really want it to occur in DC because it's an advocacy. But I did receive a scholarship for that from them. So.
I would like to see some of those longer-term trainings. I don't know exactly what they are, but some kind of placeholder for them. So if we have a board member who's accepted to Leadership TASB on that application, make sure we have room in the training for in the budget for training. So Donna doesn't have that. Oh my goodness moment. I was thinking there was one more.
I agree. I know I'd asked you about that this year, Trish. I wanted to apply. I didn't apply because I knew that we had talked about not doing things like that this year. I know there are also scholarship opportunities for Leadership TASB that we could look at too, but I am interested in pursuing some of those opportunities.
All right, does that give you what you need?
I'm just going to ask Donna to make sure that she has all the information she needs.
Yeah, so it sounds like that I should at least plan for one major conference for each board member, not necessarily identifying which one, but at least one for every board member, and then these extra things that we've just talked about.
Yeah, do we have any visibility on if they're going to offer the virtual environment like they did for this past year?
So we really don't know for 21-22.
So that would, if the choice comes down to do we travel or can we do this online, I got every bit as much benefit, maybe not some of the networking, but that's what is the cost associated with the networking. So if it's available virtually again, that would be my preference.
So for us, for planning purposes, we have to plan for the worst case, which is in-person hotel
right.
travel and all that, and then if we back off of that, that's easy.
Right.
But adding it is impossible later on.
Right, right.
I guess if we're on that same vein, thinking about our local Texas, our TASB conference versus our NSBA, maybe if we were in a smaller state where our local wasn't so robust, but I really felt, and I'm not saying that not to have those opportunities, but I don't think that should be in every year. It's expensive, and there's a lot, like Jim said, flights and hotels. And we are fortunate to live in a state where we can hear a lot of different, there's a lot of value in our TASB. It's not like there's 3 other districts in our state, right? We know that we're going to hear from various school districts and lots of different learning opportunities for us with our own local without it having to take on that cost.
I can tell you some of the things I saw at NSBA, there were some really strong benefits, like to hear how other districts are funded, because Texas doesn't have the same funding structure. So I was going up to trustees. I was like, tell me about your funding. But I also agree, I don't think that needs to be an every year thing. And you're right. I think if we're looking at it, we should do TASB far more, especially in our legislative year when we're talking about what's happening, Texas legislation impacting us. For budget-wise, I hope you have what you need to go forth and plan, but no, we're not saying we want to do every single conference that's ever out there. I'm thinking that's what we're telling her. And because we know what kind of year this is, we're hoping you come back and then tell us what opportunities. We just wanted to give you something to kind of base a budget on.
Absolutely. No, this is helpful. Thank you.
All right, let's move forward. Item 8C1. Look at that, you're already up there. Jimmy Dissler and Jerry Rapp.
Good evening, Madam President, board members. We did present the 10-year capital renewal plan at the last board meeting, and we are looking for approval tonight. But we're here to answer any other additional questions you might have.
If there are no questions, I need a motion.
Madam President, I move the board approve the 2021 district-wide renewal projects as presented in the amount of $4,194,640 and authorize the superintendent or designee to execute necessary contracts to complete the projects.
I second.
Motion from Jim, second from Gloria. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
We'll now move to item 8C2, consider approval of the 2021-2022 budget assumptions. Elaine Cogburn, you're back up. Thank you so much. Do you have new information for us? Oh, you do have new information. All right.
It's not really new. It is a recap of what we've been talking about since December. So I can go through this quickly, or I can go through this slowly and methodically. I do want to borrow from Trustee McKay, who said earlier tonight, we can't wait for a perfect solution to get started. And so I just want to remind the board that the approval of these assumptions gives us a starting point to start looking at any potential cuts that need to be developed in order to get a budget that the board is comfortable adopting in June. So this is where we are, starting to set the base level assumptions. And then as we get additional information, as we move through the budget process, if we have new data, we will come back and modify those assumptions. And then the final goal is the budget adoption by June 30, but it would be done before then. So I wanted to recap what I heard from the discussion on January 14th. From that conversation, what I heard was there was a desire to give staff raises. I heard we will not support a tax increase. We want to minimize cuts to programs. This is the year to use fund balance, and a desire to preserve the health insurance fund. So those were the topics that I was trying to reconcile as I came back to you tonight with the assumptions to move forward with. So if you will recall, we had a discussion on the 14th about student enrollment. And this is a very important assumption as it affects staffing and funding. So if you'll recall, we looked at our historical enrollment, and this is the data from the demographer's report. And you can see since 2014, our student population has increased by around 1,000 students, which is a percentage of less than 3%. 2019 is where we spiked with an enrollment growth of 1,350 students and just slightly over 3%. And for this year, we're actually 744 students below where we were at that point. And so we've actually lost students for the first time in a really long time. And I say a really long time because Leander has always been a fast growth district. So I don't really know how long it's been since you've lost students, but a really long time. So that brings us to what the demographer projected back in October, last fall. And her projection showed student growth of 8.6%. And I think several of us went, wow, that's crazy. And so that would be adding 3,481 students. And so that's a really lofty number. And as I mentioned on the 14th, in surveying some of our area school districts and even districts across the state, most, unless they're seeing growth this year, most districts are backing off of the demographer projections in building their budget for next year. And then I do want to point out again that at the secondary level, at middle school and high school, the projections are pretty close to being on track to where our enrollment is now. And so the decline that we're seeing is definitely in the elementary grades, and that's where she is the demographer is projecting the largest increase in students. So our recommendation would be to back off in our initial building of the budget and use a 3% growth over where we were earlier this month, and that resulted in a total enrollment number of 41,749 students. And then you can just see the progression over the past few years. As of today, we're at 40,637 students. So we are seeing enrollment trend upwards this month, which is good. We'll continue to monitor enrollment this spring. And as I said in the beginning, if we see that enrollment really starts to pick up, then we may come back and want to modify this number. So then the budget parameter that we just spoke about, I originally did propose this as a budget or a board policy. After those conversations, I heard the board say they wanted some flexibility in what this parameter would be. And so because this is the first year of introducing this concept, we would use it as an assumption. Also because of the discussions that we've had about the range of that, I've shown you an expanded range here from 3% all the way up to 5%. And I just want to remind you that whatever we settle on, this sets what the deficit would be. And so this is the amount that we would potentially hit fund balance with if this budget came to fruition. And so in these assumptions for approval this evening, I'm asking for a 4%. I started at 3 back in December because I wasn't sure how comfortable the board would even be with this concept. And then on the 14th, we looked at 3.5%. And so tonight I'm recommending 4%, and that ties back to our history. So Trustee Bodie asked about what would this look like in our prior budgets, and you can see in the bolded years, those years are when the original adopted budget exceeded a 4% parameter, and so in 4 of the last 6 years, 4% has been adopted in actual practice. And then here I am showing you what would happen to fund balance and our target if the current year budget did experience the $30 million deficit that is currently budgeted. If that came to fruition, that would drop our fund balance for this fiscal year to just under $160 million. And then any of the parameter choices that are taken, you can see would drop the fund balance from $160 million to anywhere from $149 million to $142 million, which is still in the $40 million range above our target. Our target would be the $99 million based on 3 months of operating expenses. And then I just want to remind you the parameter would be tied back to revenue. So whatever our final revenue number is times the percentage would be the allowable budget deficit. And I'll pause there before I move on to the actual proposed assumptions. Okay, so this brings us to the assumptions that we're asking for approval for this evening. Again, on the student enrollment, the demographer's number is 43,951. We're asking to start with 41,749. I am showing the budget parameter at 4%. And then the other assumptions here are our standard or typical assumptions based on what we've done in prior years. Local value growth of 3%, tax collection rate 99, a staff salary increase of 2%, and then daily attendance, I skipped over that one, of 96. Then moving to the other section of the assumptions, now I want to remind you in the staffing area, here is where you usually see what additional staff will cost. If we're using an enrollment number of 41,749, that is below where we budgeted for this year. So this year we budgeted for 42,870 students. So these numbers are not reductions, but reductions to the staffing formulas that would be taken care of through attrition. So because we would have fewer students, we wouldn't be adding staff in the formula areas. We are including the cost of opening Tarvin, and then we have built in, sorry, I can't see, a little bit for new positions in the second part of the screen, 350,000, which is where we usually add about 1 million in new positions outside of formula. Because we are building the numbers with raises, we would continue to do the adjustments for our internal pay studies. And then we have talked about at the bottom of the screen, adjusting our budgeting practices based on how budget and actual fall out. And so there's no changes to these sets of assumptions from what we looked at on the 14th. And then we also talked on the 14th about taking advantage this year of the one-time opportunity to increase the tax rate without an election under the disaster clause. I had on the 14th 2 pennies here, but because of the desire to not increase the tax rate, I've backed that out back to 1 penny. Now we're going to look at the tax rate in more detail. But I want to remind you that when we looked at numbers from the Focus on Finance in the area of local revenues, we're seeing a decline of $8 million from 18-19 because of cuts to local revenues related to the pandemic. So this penny would serve as a revenue stabilization, and then it would go away in the 22 tax year. And so we had a little bit of a conversation about this on the 14th, and then this was in a Friday memo, but I just want to show you what the total tax rate could look like. Now remember, this is very early and the tax rate is not adopted until August or September, but our current tax rate is the $41.84, broken up by $95.34 in M&O and $46.50 on INS. Now with compression, the compression for next year right now is projected to only take us down to $1.3715 compared to $1.3784. So compression is tied to property value growth. The state right now is projecting that the average state value growth is only 0.29%. So anything above what TEA uses for the state drives your compression. So if our compression is more than the 3% that we're using right now when we get our actual certified values, if the values are higher, then we're going to see more compression. So if we adopt the golden penny for tax year 21 with the projection that, or the compression that we're showing right now, we would still see a ½ cent or 0.003 cents increase in the total tax rate, lowering the INS by the quarter penny that is planned. Again, if values grow more, the compression will be higher, and that could eat up that fraction of a penny. When we look at adding the disaster penny without offsetting the INS rate, then that total increase grows to 1.31 cents. And then if we swap a penny on the INS side or do an exchange, then the total rate becomes $1.42.4, which is a total increase of 0.0056. So if we don't want to increase the total tax rate, we could again shave 0.0056 off the INS, or hope that values come in higher than a 3% increase, which would result in more compression and would get our tax rate down. But then I want to take us forward to 22, 23, and the 2022 tax rate. So July of 22, if we take the INS rate back to 46.25, keeping the golden penny, the compression is even more, and so at that point, the tax rate would be 0.002 cents less than today's rate. So by taking advantage of the disaster penny this year, swapping it on the INS side does not create us a problem in 22 under current law. And then you can see on this slide the change to the average taxpayer's bill, assuming today's values. This doesn't have any value growth in it.
Did you tell me we had something from TCAT already?
We don't have anything official, but they are projecting a 7% increase in values. It's too early to pin Williamson down on anything, but remember last year, Travis County or Travis Central Appraisal District did not reappraise. So what happens when we so we start with the traditional assumptions to figure out where the budget is going to be, and that resulted with a $38 million deficit. Using the 4% parameter, we reduce that by 14 million, or we say 14 million would be acceptable. So now I've got 23.8 million to shave from the budget. So using the parameters that we've talked about, and again, this is either funding major maintenance that you just approved out of bond savings, or not funding it out of M&O. And I want to remind you, when we looked at the major maintenance schedule on the 14th. The projects that are slated for 21-22 would need funding of 3.5 million. We've got 5.2 million right now. Based on practice, is what 2 pennies on the M&O side would generate. So we would not do that. We would fund next year's major maintenance some other way. You adopt the disaster penny, we adjust our budgeting practices, and then we don't add the additional million to health insurance. That gets me down to 6.5 million to find, to trim, and that can be maybe new revenue sources, I don't know what those would be, or expenditure cuts, or a combination of both of those. But the goal is that if that's my target, then the administration goes away and then comes back to you in the coming weeks and months and shows you what that $6.5 million adjustment would look like in order to get us to a deficit of 14 million.
So every percent, 4% you have listed there. And if I look back on some previous slides, 5% was about $7 million more. Is that correct?
I believe every percent is 1.8 million, if I recall.
Well,
that's correct, Elaine.
That's what I get for doing math at midnight.
So I only ran the numbers up to 5% because I just felt like that's getting us close to where we started this year, and that budget failed on the first vote. So trying to get a number that everyone feels comfortable to start with. And again, remember, this is our starting point. So if you approve the assumptions tonight, we as the administration know we've got to go find how to reduce the budget by 6.5 million. And if you do not like those options, then we look at either adjusting the budget parameter or coming back with additional options. But we've got to get started, and I can't wait until March to start looking for items to cut.
Elaine, to talk about the $1 million on the increase to insurance, I got to talk to Carrie Lynn, which thank you so much for being available like that so we could have a discussion. I felt very comfortable with the discussions that this $1 million we have, it's a different fund balance. We have a different area, and so that $1 million, if we hold back and we don't put it this time, I felt confident that Carrie Lynn said we wouldn't see a change in our premiums for our employees, that we could still take care of them and their health care needs, which I loved. So that being said, I wouldn't want to hold the $1 million back another time, but
Right.
for this year, I understand and it makes sense, and we can still keep our employees and staff with the insurance they need. So thank you.
So, several comments, a couple of questions. I think this is good work, Elaine, and I think I'm broadly aligned with the direction and the preparation here. But there are a couple of, there's one significant question or challenge that's still rattling around in the back of my head, and a couple of sort of clarifying items. So let me start with a couple of the smaller things. First, you've talked about how sensitive our budget is to enrollment and how uncertain the enrollment is for this budget year at this point. I think we understand all of the issues affecting how to project that enrollment. One of the things that occurs to me as a good sort of safeguard against our sensitivity to those changes is maybe we run an alt budget for an 8% increase in enrollment. The 3% feels to me to be relatively conservative, and it's probably pretty close to where I think we'd likely end up. But if we increase significantly our enrollment, if the vaccines work and everybody's back to school and we see all of the increases that the demographer thought we would see but haven't seen yet, What does that do to our reality? What does that shift? Does that make some of our problems easier and some of our problems harder? I don't know, right? But I think because of the uncertainty of that particular aspect of our budget, I'd feel more confident sort of understanding what that effect would have on the budget. Is that fair?
It is, and I don't know if this is what you're looking for, but in December, we did run the numbers using the demographers' projections, and if I recall, it was a $33 million deficit. And so we still have work to do to get to a parameter.
So if we have an extra 5% growth in students, it's all good for us?
No.
It's only revenue, or
No,
it's
we're-
net
we're s-
positive?
So the 38 that you see here
Yes,
is 33.
that's 5 million to the good, right?
So, I mean, if we did all of these other things, we could be closer to our target.
Yeah, if you're saying the only difference that extra 5% of growth in students has is it puts us 5 million to the good on the first number, then that answers my question. But my assumption was that it's a little more complicated than just changing that projected deficit, that there would be employee costs and a variety of other things that I'm not sure are all included here. So I just wanted to clarify that and not assume anything.
Right, that is the tricky thing, because more students means more staff.
Correct.
And so if we budget on 41.7 and we come in with 43, that's good for revenues, but now HR has to go higher.
Which is why I'm asking, right? I just want to understand, because we're uncertain, because that's hard for us to predict, I'm just looking for kind of a second data point that says, if we come in much higher, what does that mean to our budget? That's really all I'm looking at, is a reference point for that scenario, given the uncertainty on that particular assumption. I don't love the 4%, but I'm willing to go with it at this point, even though I think it's not the precedent I would like to set. But in this year, I can be persuaded. We've talked about, it's been, I don't know, a little less than a year, right? As we were getting to the tail end of last year's budgeting process, I raised the question of structural deficit issues. That is, us having in our current system financially, recurring budget deficits year over year over year over year that run in the $30 to $40 to $50 million range. My understanding was we were going to do a little work to try and figure out what was driving that and how to right-size some of that, but I don't know that I see anything that tells me how we're getting there or why we have that problem or how we're solving that, other than solving it on a 1 year basis, given where we may end up in these numbers. Do we have any additional insights around those structural issues and how to get healthier long-term?
Well, my memory goes back to the analysis on the budget to actual, and even though we had those deficit budgets, they always, except for 1 year, turned out to be surplus years. And so 2 of the items here are addressing that, because our revenues consistently come in 10 million plus more than we start out budgeting, and state aid has become so difficult to project that that's not surprising, but that's why we're recommending just increase revenues, because they start out much lower. Decrease the budget for payroll, because there's always savings there. So if indeed the budget turned into deficits year after year, then yes, there would be a structural problem. But I'm not seeing in all the analysis we did in the last 3 reports, anywhere where we're out of line with our peers or anywhere that our spending is just so out of line from where it should be. Our Function 51 was higher, our counselors were higher, but those were strategically approved. So I'm not seeing where this structural is, other than that's where it starts, but that's not where it ends.
So let me drill down this way maybe. If we use the 4% parameter, we stay on this slide, and that takes our, I'll call it our real deficit, our expected deficit down to 23 million, yeah?
No, it would take our deficit to 14.3. So 14.3 would be the deficit you would approve. That would be the budget you approved. So what this is showing, 14 is our tolerance.
Yeah, I think it's just semantics, right? We're saying, yes, we're planning for a $14 million deficit, but we still have $23 million of deficit to solve for. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So if we're saying that 14 million is essentially going to come out in the wash, and that's the number that gets us to essentially a balanced outcome, a balanced result, because that's the natural swing, then the quote-unquote real deficit is the 23 million in my head. Not using finance language, I understand, but that to me is what I would call the structural deficit portion, is the 23 million, right? And as I look at the list of things that we're calling on to address that, many of them, most of them, are one-time solutions. They're not long-term solutions. So that's the rub for me. The struggle for me is we may solve this for the current budget year, but I don't see that we're solving the long-term issue.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying. The long-term issue right now is a short-term issue, and that our revenues are suffering drastically. We're losing money on the state aid side because of lower enrollment, and we're going to look at where we are this current year, and we're losing money from facility rentals and all those other local things that have supplemented our budget. When we adopted the $20 million budget last year, we lost 12 million on paper by taking the tax collection rate down to 98% because there was concerns about the economy. So when you start budgeting at 98% tax collections, that's creating an inflated deficit that right now is not materialized. We're still collecting taxes. So right now we're not forecasting our collections will be at 98%, so they're coming in better. What's built into that 38 million starting deficit is a huge reduction in local revenues because of COVID. So when the kids come back, when things get back on normal, if we're still seeing a start of 38, then yeah, we've got a structural problem we've got to find, but I haven't found it yet.
So I guess we'll table that for a future discussion, but in your slides from the 14th, as you outlooked future years, it was the same trajectory, even anticipating the growth that would come post-pandemic. I didn't spend a ton of time looking at them, but they seem to show essentially an increase on the $38 million that we start with for this budget. But
remember, those projections out are building on the current year that hasn't taken into account any reductions or any changes. So if we adopted the 38, the next 2 years are going to continue to be bad, and we haven't built out a 3-year since December because the enrollment number is so key. And if we build 21, 22 on 41.7, what do we build 22, 23 on? Does it then go back up to where we should be? Because then we're pushing that 8% growth out. And so until we get these assumptions nailed down, doing the next 2 years is a waste of time, bluntly.
Okay, we'll have to have more discussion about that. Let me make one last comment about major maintenance. I have a concern about the push to move major maintenance to INS. I understand that using bond savings makes sense on paper. However, essentially, what that means is a tax increase. It's not a tax rate increase, but it's money that would have ordinarily come out of M&O that's now going to come out of our building fund. That means that if it stays there, dollars that we're going to need more dollars on the INS side to fund it, which essentially means we're borrowing more money, and our taxpayers have to repay that money. So it's a tax increase on our community if we move major maintenance to INS. Again, not a rate increase. We control the rate, but we are funding it through INS and through future taxes there. And it's incremental because we've paid for it through M&O before. So I have concerns about that. And it goes to the question of whether that's a one-year solution or a long-term solution. We can talk about that some more, but I wanted to be upfront about that.
We're in a pandemic. Numbers are all over the place this year. And I know this came up for a vote before, and we weren't able to get a different set of numbers done. 4%, I would much rather see that at 5%, if not 6%. That's what we have a fund balance for. If a global pandemic is not the time to dip into fund balance to make sure that we can take care of our community, I'm at a loss for when we would dip into our fund balance for anything. I very much appreciate all of this work, though. I just wish it was 5% so we could give you some more breathing room.
You are free to adjust the motion.
So I just want to point out Elaine's very last comment of the presentation part of this, and the reason that that $6.5 million is in there, and she and I talked about this, is if we don't decide how to make those cuts now, between now and May, we can't suddenly come up with those cuts in May. So in May, you can always go back and say, yes, we want to do 5% instead of 4% or whatever that is before you adopt the final budget. And that's easier for us to do. But it's very hard for us to suddenly come up with $6.5 million worth of cuts if we decide we're going to do 4%. Does that make sense? So this is the starting point, and we have to give Elaine a charge to say, start here and create options for us so that we can have these conversations in the coming months in a very open and transparent way. But that includes also this option of, if we have to cut, this is what we're going to cut and how we're going to cut. And then as we get closer, we can start making those decisions and refining this down and getting where we need to be. But we have to give her a starting point with all those options in it.
I understand we have to give you a starting point, and it doesn't have to be perfect, right? We can come back and we can, but when I approve something and it says reduction of payroll costs, that's not where I want to start, and that's not the narrative that I want our staff to hear, to feel is, okay, they're going to come back and then we're going to talk about, this is what it looks like, and is that what we want? So I appreciate you've done a lot of work, and you've been listening to a lot of different charges of, no, we wanted it this percent or this percent, and probably one of those is I don't want to cut. I don't want to cut salary. I don't want to cut staff. And so I have a hard time. I'm with Jim. It's like, okay, well, then make it 5, and then we're at a better place. I think if we approve this and the charge is, wow, They approved the budget and they're going to have to lay off 105 positions. Well, they may not. They're going to bring them back, and then they're going to discuss them, and then they're going to make a decision. The narrative is still there's 105 positions. So that's my concern with that.
Is this attrition or that you wouldn't hire, or are these people that are actually here now when we look at the 105?
It's probably a combination of both.
Combination, I gave 3. Attrition,
I mean,
people we didn't hire, people
the
here now.
105 is an illustration of if I've got to cut 6.5, I cannot do that outside of payroll. We've already trimmed the non-payroll budget. There's not 6.5 I can drain out of there, so it's going to have to come in staffing because that's where 86% of our budget is. So we've got some tough decisions to make in the next 3 months, and I need to know, am I cutting 6? Am I cutting 10? Am I cutting 2?
So we need to give her some assumptions. Any other thoughts, Dr. Gary?
Well, I just want to add that I've said this before, but clear is kind. So if we're at some point in this budget cycle going to cut positions, then I'd much rather say that right up front, that that's a possibility, than come back later and have to start scrambling. And so I want us to be very thoughtful about if there's a commitment to not have those 105 on the table, then there has to be a commitment to that, because what we communicate now is very important to our staff, because it affects what happens over the next little while.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees approve the 2021-2022 proposed assumptions, with the assumption, the parameter being 5% instead of 4%, to be used in preparing the preliminary 21-22 general fund budget.
I second.
I have a motion from Jim and second from Anna. Any further discussion? Can you tell me the 5% number, what that changes on your number for FTEs? Because it's not going to get rid of the 105 discussion, right? Well, again, going to Dr. Garing's point, clear is kind. And I don't want to cause Elaine problems later. If we're going to do 5%, I want to know.
If 5 moves it by, if 5 increases the parameter by 1.8 million, 1 million positions is about, $1 million is about 16 positions, so.
It's actually, according to your slide, 1.8 million per 0.5%. So if we're going from 4 to 5, it's 3.6 million.
So roughly 50, so it would cut that in half.
It's in the illustration in slide 10.
There we go. I knew it would be in here somewhere.
Y'all cannot make me do math in my head at midnight. I'm sorry.
Any other comments? Because I'm getting ready to call for a vote. Do you want to talk it out or? All right. All those in favor of the motion as presented by Jim, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4 in favor. All those opposed? 2 opposed. 1 abstaining. Motion carries. All right. Board members, we do have attorneys here to talk to us in closed session tonight, and they've been waiting. So we can continue with our agenda item, or we can move to closed and then come back and continue our agenda item. I need to hear from the board. Do you have a preference?
Let's move to closed.
Okay. We'll move to closed. We'll come back after closed, do any open business, and continue with items 8C3. A lot of work. I think right before 11 o'clock, before we went into budget, we took like 2 items and we went through a bunch of items in discussion. So it's a lot of good work. We're now going to move to closed for purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and our attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.074, personnel deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment duties of a public officer or employee. Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551.076, deliberation regarding internal security audit and discussions with internal auditor. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation and consideration of employment of Baghdad Elementary School principal. Texas Government Code 551.074, consider superintendent contract. There will be no action taken in closed. We will come out to open for further action, and I don't have an estimated time frame, but we'll go as quickly as we can. Thank you. You ready? All right, board members, it is 1:03 on Friday, January 29. Do I have any motions from closed?
Madam President, I move that we extend the superintendent's employment contract to the term of July 31st of 2024.
Have a motion from Jim. Do I have a second?
A second.
Have a motion from Jim, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
I motion that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations of Monica de la Garza Cones for principal for Baghdad Elementary School probationary employment contract for personal additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2020-21 school year.
Second.
Have a motion from Anna, second from Jim. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for administrator probationary employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2020-2021 school year.
Second.
I have a motion from Alexis, a second from Jim. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays.
Okay, I gotta do that again. I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contract for personnel addition as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2020-2021 school year.
Second.
I have motion from Alexis, second from Jim. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries. Does that conclude our motions from closed? And with that being said, we'll go right back into our agenda. And we are moving along. We are in item 8C4. Oh, no, I'm not. 8C3, which would be our budget and finance monthly reports. Elaine Cogburn will be presenting that.
All right, hello again. I won't take a lot of your time, but I do want to go over the revenue and expenditure projections for the current fiscal year because this is important information. This is the first month that we start projecting where we think the budget will actually come out for the year. And so these projections are based on 6 months of actual data from July through December, and then an estimate of what we think will happen between now and the end of June. The important thing to point out at this point is, as of today, we are projecting that total revenues will be 11.9 million less than budget. And this is because of the lower ADA that we're experiencing because of the loss of students. I'll remind you that TEA and the state provided funding in the fall to hold districts harmless for the lower enrollment. We don't know yet if that hold harmless will be extended. There is talk that we might hear something in February. So right now, under current law and what we know, we are projecting that we would not meet budget on revenues. On the flip side, we are projecting significant savings on the expenditure budget because we have positions that were not filled because of the lower enrollment and then other costs associated with that. So we're projecting expenditures will actually be 17 million less than budget. The item under transfers out for major maintenance, I just want to point out that that 8 million includes the beginning fund balance for that fund of 5 million. And I'll remind you that we moved major maintenance out to a separate fund so that we can track that easier and it doesn't distort the general fund. So right now, our overall projections are that we would end the year with a $31.9 million deficit compared to the adopted budget of $30,600,000. I really think that we can get that down to where we are budgeted because we're still being pretty aggressive on our estimates of what will happen for the rest of the year on the expenditure side. But this is our first glance. We'll update this each month as we close out months and have final data. The other thing I want to mention is the Child Nutrition Fund is still operating at a deficit. So there are very few revenues happening in child nutrition because our students aren't on campus, and those that are not participating in the lunch program to the extent that they did. Through November, the financial reports that you have in this packet were showing a $1.5 million loss in child nutrition. The fund balance for child nutrition started this year at $3 million. So today we still have fund balance in child nutrition, but if we get to the end of the year and have exceeded the fund balance for that fund, the general fund does have to make that up. So I want just to bring this to your attention. Again, we'll be monitoring this throughout the spring. And I do want to point out that Upinda and John and Brandon, everyone in the child nutrition world are really working to increase revenues and taking advantage of all of the programs that USDA, TDA have provided for us to get more meals to students and get reimbursement for that. So they are working very hard to offset those losses, but without the kids in the cafeteria, that's a real drain on that program. So I'll be happy to answer any questions about that. The other reports in this month are your standard reports. I don't have anything to point out on those.
Board members? All right, thank you very much. All right, we'll move on to item 8C4, the long-range facility planning. We have 2 charters to discuss, and Jimmy Dissler will be presenting.
Good morning. We can discuss the first 2 items. The last one was the presentation one on the bond, the scenarios, but we'll do the first one is the Bond Oversight Committee charter. After last board meeting, I did go back and revise it as far as a couple things. The number one thing was we actually put in language to say each board member would select 2 members of the charter, Bond Oversight Committee charter, or the Bond Oversight Committee. And then I also spelled out different scenarios or pathways, if your selection can't serve, how we go about filling that. If your, member is up for, his term is up or her term is up, how we go about doing that. And then also if, board member, chooses not or is, does not get reelected, how we transition into the new board member and deal with those different scenarios. And so I do want to mention one thing under organization, the 3rd paragraph, I listed as far as what the members, where they could be pulled from. And, I had PTA, booster clubs, foundations. I do want to recommend that we add in after PTA, PTOs also, because we do have that in the district, as well as adding in before the site base from the DWIC also, so we can open that up. I'd recommend those 2 changes within that paragraph. And then, of course, once, the plan, if the board does approve the charter tonight, the plan will be going back to the existing 9 members to see which of those want to continue to serve. We'll offer that for a 1-year term to carry, so we have a stagger, and then we will start filling in slots, and we will bring back the list of positions that we're looking for names for from the board, so we can get those filled also. And the administration will fill the remainder.
So there are no changes to the Bond Oversight Committee charter then, or is there? I'm looking at the motion.
The 2 changes would be to add PTO and the DWIC into the organization paragraph.
I move that the board approve the Bond Oversight Committee charter as presented with the addition of PTO and
DWIC.
As presented.
So I have a question about organization structure.
Since he has a motion, we need to either see if we're going to drop it or we're going to do a second and then we can do discussion. Sorry.
I'll
Just to keep it
second.
clean. Okay, second from Christine. All right, now, moving on to discussion.
I'm not sure how the co-chair and chair, but can they elect among themselves their co-chair and chair?
The way the structure is, the committee chairperson is actually elected by the majority of the entire committee. They select the chair.
Okay, I just want clarification. Thanks.
I'd also like to point out, board members too, in the duties and responsibilities, you'll notice there's a little bit more, I think, Jimmy, the word we used was more formalized aspect, because we're going to have minutes, they're going to be posted, there's a lot more structure that's in place with this charter, so.
Yes.
All right, any other questions? All those in favor?
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
What happens if, say, we have a committee member that's not elected, but to this committee, and they eventually propose that they can, during the time on their committee, there is a conflict of interest. How are we going to do that?
If the conflict is employed or does work for the district, they're off the committee. They automatically get pulled off the committee. If there's a conflict of other types, then the purpose would be they could recuse themselves, is what is stated in here.
So my question would be, well, I guess we can talk later. I'm just curious to know what would those conflict of interests be, just so going forward that we know, I know as a board member that the individuals that are proposed for this committee are going to get our district in the direction we need to go. So I'd love to talk to you more about that.
Okay.
Okay, that was a long enough pause. Y'all started looking at me. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Madam President, I move the board approve the Citizens Facility Advisory Committee charters as presented.
Have a motion from Jim. Is there a second?
A second.
Second from Christine. Jimmy, you have anything you want to point out to us on this?
The main thing was as I mentioned, the expected results, how we changed that and added in, we want them to look at underutilized facilities and also a sense of potential use of optional programs at the campuses to help with that. And then also just open it up by removing some of the boundaries that were installed there. And just to let you know right now, tentatively, we are looking the latter part of February to kick this off. We'll get you more information when we finalize the date.
Great work, Jimmy. Anna, do you have a question?
I had a question. Are we going to have the same rules that we have for the Bond Oversight Committee charter, like for this committee as well? I noticed there's like some rules in place. I was wondering if those rules are going to apply to this. And again, going back to conflict of interest, like if we come across that, like how will we address that? I'm just curious.
Typically, what we've done is try to, the people that get nominated, we try to vet that before they actually get on the committee. And then on the subcommittees, those are all volunteers, and so main thing will be just trying to get it. We try to get there are three priorities of subcommittees they'd like to serve on, because if we get an overabundance from one campus, then they'll go to the second choice, so we don't get an overload.
All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. And the bond election scenarios.
This one was the one we were hoping to present, so I'm not sure if we don't have it. I don't think it's mission critical that we do it tonight. We could actually do it the next board meeting if you
Let's go ahead and do that. Yep.
Madam President, I move that we move the agenda item 8C, 4C, bond election scenarios to the next regularly scheduled meeting.
I second.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, board members, we have finished out the agenda. Thank you so much for just tireless work and dedication. Appreciate you all immensely. If there is no objection, we will go ahead and adjourn. Thank you.